Hello everyone, and welcome back. We're back with more of AI the Somnium files. Last time, we had another route locked after we found Renju dead, supposedly killed by number 89, who then took out Dante with a stun gun or something, and that was where that path got locked. And then it unlocked the previous path that I had gotten locked all the way back around the time I around the time I was really just starting to play this game. So that's where we'll be starting off today. So let's see what we find out there. And for a bit of a refresher, what happened at the end of this one was we found Sojima. We found a video file on the... Yeah, that's locked, like I said. We found a video on Boss's computer that showed her killing Sojima by shooting him in the head, and that was where that ended. And now we're going to continue that finally. So here we go. Start investigating Day 5, Tuesday, Gen I. Proceed? Yeah. Day 5, Tuesday, Gen I. Just a sec. Don't know anybody in Pennsylvania. Well, actually, I do, but but he doesn't know my number. Anyway, police headquarters, Tuesday, 12:19 a.m.
That is...
Yep, this is where this left off. So I guess I didn't have to do the recap.
Why? Why? Boss?
Now the big question is, why did she leave this on her computer?
What's going on here? Why did Boss kill So?
Boss's alibi for Shoko's murder. For Shoko's murder? Huh?
Shoko was killed around 5 p.m. Friday.
Right.
What was Boss doing at that time?
Unknown.
Boss's alibi for Renju's murder.
What about Saturday, 8 p.m.?
The time Renju was killed? Similarly unknown.
Oh my goodness. Boss's alibi for Iris and Ota's murder. Yeah, this is not looking good.
Iris and Ota were killed at different times. I was watching the stream on the call with Boss.
Right.
Only the first few minutes.
Oh, true.
The polar bear had not yet appeared on the
Oh
stream.
gosh, I don't want to see this.
It's possible that she made the call from somewhere off camera.
I don't want to see
Where
this
was
again.
Boss's phone at the time? Check her cell records.
She did not call from a mobile phone.
Great.
She used a PC.
Oh, so a Skype call, okay.
Using a VPN service, she could have accessed her Abyss PC from the warehouse and made the call.
Oh gosh, okay. I don't believe it. Boss?
Boss is the new Cyclops killer? Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, So. Boss killed them all?
The evidence makes that a likely possibility. So also had his left eye removed.
Mm-hmm.
Identical to Shoko, Renju, and Iris.
But not Ota. So he's the odd one out here.
Date, I know where the boss is. I have picked up her GPS.
Where?
She is now at the Sagan residence.
Oh.
Somewhere inside Hitomi's house.
Is that good or bad? For Hitomi, I mean.
What?
Sagan Residence, Tuesday, 1:03 a.m. I drew my gun from its holster and barged into the house.
Hitomi! Hitomi!
I called for her, but there was no reply. I didn't see Boss either.
I'ma call Boss's phone.
On it.
Not gonna answer. Oh, it's here? Whoa, 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 where is it? The phone's here in the house somewhere. Sounds like. Where is it? Where? I hear her phone vibrating. Where is it coming from? I don't know. Where is it? I don't think it means that
No,
phone.
that's not the right phone.
I know,
Ah,
I know.
I know, but I don't see the right phone. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Is that it? Okay, yeah, it's on the counter.
The boss's phone.
Oh shit.
Now what? What in the world? Now
Kaname
what?
Date, you were under arrest for murder.
Excuse me?
Hell?
Drop your weapon.
Did-
Comply.
What? On what evidence? Oh crap! She. Excuse me. What the? Your phone was
Boss.
just. Oh, what in the world's going on here? No, let's start with talking to Boss. Boss, what the F are you doing?
I could ask you the same thing. You killed Shoko Nadami, didn't you?
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Don't lie.
Where's Hitomi?
I don't know. She was gone when I got here.
Why did you come here?
Why would I tell you?
Oh. Did you kill the 5 victims?
Are you kidding me?
You're the new Cyclops killer.
What? Why do you think that?
You put a gun to So's head and pulled the trigger. I saw it with my own eye.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop lying!
Were we both being set up? Would explain why she had it on her computer where anyone could see it.
This is going nowhere.
Are you going to fight?
I have no choice.
I recommend against it. You have 0 chance of winning a firefight.
Well then, what can I do?
Let me think. Date, what is that on the kitchen table? Could it be your favorite thing?
Oh gosh,
What?
not this again, Iva.
The magazine.
You want me to look at a magazine now?
Just look.
Can't be.
What?
This is the stuff of legends. Only the most diehard fans have ever laid eyes on it.
What is it? Huh? Oh, oh. Okay, that was close.
Whoa! Limited edition!
Why does it even do it? You know what, forget it. Okay, seriously, what the heck?
Date, load Evolver with firebomb bullets. Shoot at the cloud.
Why?
Just do as I say, and fast.
Alright, here we go. Yeah, sorry about this, Hitomi. Wherever you are. Oh, well. Okay, didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. Just knocked everyone else out. Dante, what are you doing? Trophy earned. What? H housewives in H. Okay. Seriously, the title is censored. I guess it means H. It starts with an H and ends in a Y, and then housewives in a 4-letter word starting in H. Okay. Anyway, the trophy. The trophy is for clearing the shooting event at the Sucon residence with no misses.
Just unconscious. Her right shoulder and left leg suffered damage, but she will live.
A dust explosion, huh? Good thinking.
Thank you.
But you could have just had me throw the bag of flour.
That would have been too slow. To improve your reaction time, I had to improvise.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's have a look.
Do we have time for this now?
Hey, this is just a cooking magazine.
Oh, okay. Whatever, it got you to do it. And again, that would explain what it was doing in Hitomi's house. Anyway, police headquarters, Tuesday, 2:31 a.m.
Boss is still unconscious. However, her brainwaves are stable. Syncing with her shouldn't be an issue.
Okay.
Date, talking to her would be pointless. You do know that, don't you?
I decided to sync with her. Asking questions would just be wasting time. Besides, even if she was awake, I can't imagine that she'd take kindly to an interrogation. Hitomi still hasn't been found. I have a bad feeling about this. But there's a good chance that Boss knows where she is. How would I get that information? Getting into her head would definitely be the quickest way. That's why I brought her here. Boss is lying on the sink subject's chair. The sink machine. Oh, okay. Computer's over there. Why are you so cooperative?
Because I know that the boss is my enemy. I got the video from Iba. I processed it and found that it showed no sign of tampering or editing. Which means there can be no mistake. The boss shot and killed Sosejima. After pulling out his left eye, that makes the odds of her being the culprit behind the other murders very high. Or maybe she had accomplices. Either way, she's a criminal. That's why I am cooperating with you, Special Agent Date. I want it as bad as you do. The truth.
Where's number 89?
I had him put back behind bars.
In Fuchu prison.
That's right. I couldn't keep him here.
How's boss?
She has broken her right shoulder, as well as the fibula of her left leg. But her brain is perfectly healthy. You can sync with her.
That's good. Sync with boss.
Computer, are the preparations done?
Ready anytime.
Let's get started.
Dante.
I know. 6-minute time limit. I'll be back before time's up.
Well then, let's begin.
How many paths are on this, in this Somnium? I feel like at this point it would only be one, but I'm not sure. But what are you doing?
Time to loosen up.
Oh, okay.
Do you always have to come in like that?
It is of the utmost importance.
At a time like this?
Times like this are perfect. Anyway, it appears to be an abandoned factory of some kind.
Yeah.
What could boss be hiding here?
That's where we found Renju in the last path that got locked.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Okay, stop doing that anytime, Iva. Okay, how many locks this time? Okay, there's 4 locks. Open the door to Boss's truth. Boss is hiding something. Reveal the truth of the new Cyclops serial killings. Sinking in the refrain. Okay, yeah, there is just one path. Alright. Let's see. Open the first door. Door? This door?
A rusted metal door.
Okay, nope, not that door. No chance of it being that door. Well, let's try this door then, I guess. Okay, door 1, okay.
A rusted metal door.
guess I'll try putting the pick in the keyhole.
It is no use. The ice pick will not work as a key.
Okay.
A rusted metal
Agent
door.
Date, you've got 5 minutes.
Break the lock with that.
Roger. I will try.
Oh, okay. I didn't see. For some reason, I didn't notice the pick being in the door already. There we go.
It worked!
All right, open it.
Is that... Oh, that's when Shoko was killed. Okay. So... This means Boss Witness. Does this mean Boss Witness Shoko's killing? Okay, we got a key. And, that's trapped on the floor.
Several
by the
keys have fallen.
Oh.
One of them must be the right one.
I do not have time to try all of them.
Yeah.
Hopefully there's some kind of sign.
Indeed.
Number 1 unlocked. Open the first door. Open the second door. Oh, crap. Let's see. Let me think. Open the second door. Where is the second door? I mean, I know we have to get the keys first anyway, so I guess I'll worry about the door later after that. Let's see. Only thing is, I don't know. It's like Iba said, I don't have time to try all of the keys. Let's see. Let's start with the closest one, I guess.
It's a key.
Might as well try it. I only lose 10
Whoa!
seconds. Oh,
Doesn't
hello!
look like this is it.
It could be related to what we saw beyond the door.
Okay, so that wasn't it. Wait, which one had the... Let's try the one that has the ice pick in it, now that I think about it.
The ice pick is next to this key. It appears to be correct.
That's what I said.
The tag is labeled A.
I was right. Give me some credit.
That must mean you can use this key for something labeled A.
Come on.
Yeah. Okay, so where was that door at? It was up the stairs. So it was up one of these stairs. Okay, it's that one over there.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
A door that looks like the Anywhere door. Perhaps we can use the key I just picked up.
Yeah, try that.
It opened.
Yeah, but where does it go? Obviously not the other side of the staircase.
Odd. Isn't this the 3rd floor? What is going on here?
Looks like the floors are connected in a weird way.
Quite the troublesome dream.
Okay, so that wasn't the second door. Let me see here. I can't go that way. I can't go down either of those, so it must be this path. Okay, there's a door B down here.
A door with B written on it.
Oh, okay, that
Well,
worked.
that's easy.
It was. This is the second floor, but it is clearly not the door I just opened.
It's like a maze. I have to remember what door goes where.
There's door C.
Door C.
Well, let's try tackling again, I guess. Okay.
Well, that was easy.
It was. Oh, we're on the second floor again.
We leave the second floor and come right back to it? This is confusing.
You have 3 minutes, Dante.
Okay, door E, steel drum. Okay, here's door D. So let's see where it goes.
The D door. It is locked.
Okay. Well, let's try the E door then. Wait, what? There's 2 door E's? What? Great. Well, I'll try
Door
this.
E.
Okay, that one opened, but it's the right one. Yeah, it brought me back through the... Okay, let's try this way.
Door E prime.
Oh. Let's see what happens here.
An oil drum hung with wire. It's no use. I cannot lift it.
You could have told me.
Hung with wire.
Okay. Oh, hello. Okay.
Oh,
Guess you should check that door.
Yep, sounds good to me. Let's go.
a rusted metal door. It does not appear to be locked.
Okay, here's Renju's death, I guess. So... what, so Boss witnessed all of these deaths? Okay, and there's another key.
This again.
So we can't just grab one. We have to be careful.
The D door is locked, so let's try this one. Or rather, let's try this. Anyway, number 2 unlocked. Open the second door. Alright, let's see. The D door was over there.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry!
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 2:50.
Alright, fine, don't have a choice.
This is not it.
Is the time on the clock relevant?
It would be quite the simple gimmick.
Or they just want us to think that.
True.
Well, okay. That didn't do anything. Oh. Key 5 o'clock.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 5 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, that is not what I mean.
This isn't it either.
Nope.
If the time on the clock is relevant, what is it related to?
Something to do with Renju?
Not sure what that would be. Where's another key? Key 345.
I said 1 minute.
Key
Hurry.
11 o'clock. Let me try this one.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 3:45.
This isn't it either.
Nope.
If the time on the clock is relevant, what is it related to?
I have no
Something to do with
idea.
Renju?
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me anything. Okay, let's try this one, I guess.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 11 o'clock.
This isn't it either.
If the time on the clock is relevant,
Something to do with Renju?
Dante, 30 seconds.
I know, and I gotta find another 8 o'clock.
it's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 8 o'clock. Is this the correct answer?
Saturday night at 8 matches Renju's estimated time of death.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I was supposed to remember that.
D is written on the tag. Let's go, Date.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it. Don't have enough time left. Let's see. Okay, let's see.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry!
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands indicate 8 o'clock. Is this the correct answer?
Saturday night at 8 matches Renju.
D is written on the tab. The D door. I will try the key.
Yeah, try it.
It opened.
Okay, that door looks like it's frozen, so we're going to figure out what to do with it.
Too.
We're going to figure out something. Let's see. What's this?
Less than 1 minute. Hurry!
Control panel. Let's see what that does.
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Yeah, investigate.
This appears to be old. I believe this computer controls the factory's electronics. It appears to require a key to activate.
Okay, so we need a key first. Well, let's check the pipe, I guess.
A broken pipe. Steam is leaking out. It's a broken pipe.
Yep, called it.
Oh, it's just as I calculated.
You were surprised, admit it.
Okay, well, door 3 is
A
open
rusted
now.
metal door. Most of the ice is gone now. I think I can open this door.
Oh gosh, nuh-uh. Wait, boss witnessed this? Ugh, I don't want to see this again. Oh, okay, good. Stop right before it... Anyway,
This key has control panel written on the tag.
okay.
Control panel? The one right there?
Alright, one to go. Hopefully we have enough time left, because that next thing I picked up is really gonna screw me over, probably. Yep, I am probably not gonna be able to do this.
Rows of monitors and buttons.
Yeah, we're gonna have to... I'm gonna have to do another retry. I'm just gonna have to restart, I think. Fine, I'll see what I can do.
Rows of monitors and...
I'm just gonna have to
There.
start over.
Oh,
So?
I see. If we move the scaffold, a new route appears.
Okay, let's move it.
Yeah, but we're out of time.
Date, there is no time left.
Damn it, what the hell is Boss up to?
No, I'm just gonna have to restart.
time to loosen up.
Okay. The first door is not that one. Where was the okay, there it is.
A rusted metal door.
Break the lock with...
Several keys have fallen.
One of them must be the... Hopefully there's some kind of sign.
Indeed.
Yeah. Alright. Well, gotta get the
Agent
first key.
Dante, you've got
It's a
5
key.
minutes.
The ice pick is next to this.
Okay, now I gotta go to door A.
Agent Dante,
She's
you've got
up
4 minutes.
the stairs over there.
A door that looks like the anywhere door. Perhaps we can use the key I just picked up.
Yeah, try that.
It opened.
Okay. Let's see. Trying to remember what to do next. Well, obviously I can only go this way. Door B, okay.
A door with...
Okay. Door C.
doors.
Okay, now I go over here.
You have 3 minutes, Dante.
Okay, yeah, I remember this part. We gotta kick this thing here, the steel drum.
An oil drum hung with... Oh! A rusted metal door. It does not appear to be locked.
Okay, I think it was over here.
It's a key.
Okay, that's the... This
You have less
opens
than
this
2
one.
minutes. Hurry.
The deep... I will try the key.
Yeah, try it.
Okay, now I gotta go to that door over there and kick the pipe.
A broken pipe. Just as I calculated. A rusted metal door. Rows of monitors.
I'd rather risk losing 10 seconds once than 50 seconds, so let's investigate first.
This appears to be old. I believe this can... Rows of monitors and buttons.
Oh shoot, I didn't read the log. I didn't read that. Let me read the log. See if with the scaffold a new route appears. Okay, yeah. Now which way am I supposed to go? I wish I hadn't fast forwarded this time.
Less than 1 minute! Hurry!
Okay.
Rows of monitors and buttons. This rows of monitors and buttons. There! Oh!
So?
I see. If we move the scaffold, a new route appears.
Okay, let's move it.
Oh.
Rows of monitors.
Rotate the key.
Shrunk.
Rows of monitors.
Oh.
I see. Rows of monitors and buttons. On top of the control desk?
That way you can push all of them at the same time, right?
Are you insane?
Don't you know? The line between insanity and genius is razor thin.
Even still, you are firmly on the insane side.
Whatever, just try it.
If I must.
That barely lowered. How's it looking from your side?
The switches are precisely aligned with the pressure points on my back. Can I stay here a little longer?
I was clearly insane. Just put it back.
Okay. Well,
Rows
let's
of
try.
monitors and buttons.
Well, let's try rotating the key again. There we go.
Extended.
Now, can we get across it?
Now we can use the route to door B.
Okay. Oh. That means I just need to open the B door. Okay. Okay, so I gotta go down.
Less than 1 minute.
I gotta go
Hurry!
back down the stairs.
Door deep. Door C.
Dante, 30 seconds.
Door B prime.
Okay. Now what? Okay, we take this thing now. I don't know if I can get across here and still have enough time left to do what we need to do, though.
Dante, you're out of time.
Okay, here we go.
Door F. This is the first time we've seen it. The first floor. This is the first time we've been here.
That big door. If we can see what's in there, we'll figure something out.
Yeah, but we don't have time to do it. Shit.
Date, there is no
Damn it, what the hell is...
Okay, let's try it from here and see if I can do better. Okay, let's see.
rows of mon. This appears. I believe this computer could. It appears to require rows of monitor. There. Oh,
So?
I see. If we move the scaffold, a new route appears.
Okay, let's...
Rows of monitor.
Let's try just pressing the switch this time. Oh, nope, I do have to shrink it first. Darn it.
Hey, it got stuck.
This button is indeed
Huh.
rows of monitor.
Shrunk.
Rows of monitors.
Oh.
I see. Rows of monitors.
It extended.
Now we can use the route to door B.
Okay, let's see. Now which way do I go? This way, okay.
Door D.
Let's see. Trying to remember.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry!
Door C. Door B prime.
Okay, I gotta go this way.
Ah, Dante! 30 seconds!
Door F. This is the first time we've seen it. The first floor. This is the first time we've been here.
That big door. If we can see what's in there, we'll figure something out.
A power cord. It is discharging sparks.
You know what? Forget it. I'm gonna look up a guide for this part. Because I do not want to go through all that again. F, ladder. Oh, I'd have to do a ladder. Shoot. Okay, hang on a sec. What ladder? Oh. Okay.
An iron ladder. Ready?
Oh, I see.
Whoa!
Alright.
This Somnium is awfully dangerous.
Hey, that door. Maybe we can open that one now. Check it out.
A rusted metal door.
Well, this should be the last one, so shouldn't matter anyway.
I'm going to open it.
Okay. What? So... Boss wasn't the one that killed him? Hmm. Huh. Okay, it was her.
That's...
Well, okay, what's going on here? Seriously.
Iba, return to the control room on the 3rd floor.
At once.
We're almost out of time. Oh well, I guess that's... Oh. Okay, yeah, that's Shoko's death. Okay, Renju. And then... Renju's death was Shoko, wasn't it? It's gonna be Shoko, isn't it? Oh, it's Iris! Okay. And then Iris's death was... Soshijima. And then Tsujima's was... Boss, according to the video. But was it really? Yep.
What the hell is going on?
And who's with... Okay, there's Boss behind the door. In her own Somnium.
Tate, what are you doing? 6 minutes are up!
Wait! Hitomi is...
Date, you can't go any longer! Force shutdown!
No!
So, did Boss do something to Hitomi? Okay, we finished the final lock. Awaken, open the 4th door. Man, that was the... I think that was the hardest one yet. Trophy earned, refrain, echoes of murder. Day 5, Tuesday, cleared Boss's Somnium. Okay, I'll be right back and then we'll... Day 5, Tuesday, Ihai. Yeah, I'll be right back. So just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Sorry if I took too long. Let's see. Let's see. Police headquarters, Tuesday, 3:14 a.m. Oh yeah, we just finished Boss's Somnium. So let's see what comes of that. Besides
I
what we
took a
already
look
saw.
around your head, and I discovered something. Something about the new Cyclops serial killings. Apart from Ota, there are 4 victims. Shoko Nadami, Renju Okiura, Iris Sagan, and So Sejima. Who was responsible for these murders? Shoko was stabbed by Renju with an ice pick. Renju was strangled to death by Iris. So cut open Iris's body. But who shot So? It was you. In other words, all of these murders were committed by different people. There wasn't just one killer. That's how it looks on the surface, anyway. But that's not the truth, is it? There's only one culprit. One person. And that person is...
Who is the new Cyclops killer? So... It's you.
Yes. You. The person in front of me right now.
You're blaming the commander of Abyss for this?
Well, seeing as you're the only one out of these 4 that are still alive.
No, not Boss. The person inside Boss's head.
What? Wait, what?
Can you at least try to make sense?
Alright, I'll explain. You know about the abandoned chemical plant in Kawasaki? There's a prototype sink machine there.
Yeah. Oh. Oh my gosh.
You use that device to swap around bodies one by one.
Oh.
In other words, the entire egg ends up being replaced.
Right. Wait a minute. This is explained on another route, though. So how does Date remember this?
Mind, consciousness, memory, they are traded. Switched.
I don't know where it started. But at some point, you got into Shoko's brain.
Okay.
Then, you got into Renju's.
Right.
And got rid of Shoko's body. After Renju was Iris.
And killed them to prevent them from talking. But why kill Ota then? He wouldn't have known about this. He would have...
You strangled Renju using Iris.
Because all Ota knew was it was some person in a polar bear costume. Right?
After that, into So. Who you used to kill Iris and Ota at the cold storage warehouse.
And again, Ota couldn't have...
Now, you're in Boss's body. Inside her head.
But who is it?
I see. If you know that much, then I have nothing left to hide. Yes, I am the culprit behind the new Cyclops serial killings. I guess you can call me the new Cyclops killer.
Who the hell are you?
Saito. Saito Sejima.
Oh, wow. How did... okay, hang on.
Congressman Sejima's son.
Right.
What?
I researched Saito thoroughly, but I cannot find any images of him on the internet. He is listed on the family register, but I cannot find any photographs.
Give me the details of each crime.
Before I do, there's something I want to hear from you. How did you know about the prototype sync machine?
Oh, right.
Not only that, you also seem to know what the sync machine is truly capable of.
Yep, we learned about this stuff on different routes. So how does this Date know about it?
Why is that?
Hey Soup, welcome to stream. How you doing tonight? Yep, things are definitely getting weird now. Doing better today. Seen any anime recently? No. I did watch the newest episode of Rise of the Shield Hero, or at least what was the newest episode at the time. I don't know if another one's been released yet. But yeah, want me to catch you up on what's happened so far? I don't know how long you've been here, so I don't know what you've seen. I totally forgot the Spirit Turtle arc wasn't in the anime yet. It is pretty good. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting so far. I know it's only a couple episodes in. Give me the rundown. I was driving for some of it. Okay, we went into Boss's Somnium, or rather the person in front of us now, who is claiming to be Boss. And we found out that each murder was presumably committed by a different person. However, it was the same person, and he used the prototype, and that person used the prototype sync machine to switch minds with the bodies each time they committed a different murder. For example, he was in Renju's body when he killed Shoko. They were in Renju's body when they killed Shoko. They were in Iris's body when Renju was killed. And then in So's body when they killed Iris and Ota. And now in Boss's body when they killed So. And the person who did all that was So Sejima's son, Saito. And that's where we are now. And something else that's odd, everything that Dante seems to know, including information about the prototype and the side effects of switching bodies, was something that he learned on a different route. So the question is, how does this Date know about it? How does this Date know about those things? Anyway, yeah, that's pretty much what's going on now. The chickens are coming to roost, it seems. Yep.
That's
Yeah, we still have one locked route after this, at least, so I'm not sure what's gonna not sure how much I'm gonna get done tonight, but we'll see.
Regaining your memories, are you? Human memory is fractal. If you retain even a single piece of it, it's possible to recreate the whole thing. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain.
Have you thought about your next game? I was actually thinking of playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. But if there's something else you would like to see me play, I'm up for suggestions. Just again, as usual, as long as that's a game I actually have. Speaking of new games, I am going to be busy this summer. Play what you want? Alright. Yeah, I am leaning towards the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles after this. Yeah, both, okay, what games are on your list for the summer for you? Klonoa obviously is one of them, which means I actually have 3 games. And it's gonna be delayed a bit because I still need to get my laptop. I'm hoping to get it in July. And, hopefully a capture card with it. Cause I kinda wanna save, Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 to play on this stream if it works out. So I may not play either game right when they come out. Live Alive, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Taiko no Tatsujin's next Switch game. NIS Classics Volumes 1 2. I still gotta get Volume 1 myself. So yeah. And then, while this won't be summer, there's also Trails from Zero coming out in September for me, so. Although, I assume that's one Rio is going to want to play also, so I don't know when I'll get to that one. Pocky and Rocky Reshrined. Oh yeah. See, there's too many games. And then there's, I don't know when the 2 Ninja Turtles games that were announced are coming out, the Collection and Shredder's Revenge, but those are 2 more that I'm interested in. So, yep. Too many good games coming out and not enough money / time to get them all at once. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which is this month. Yep, forgot about that too. I'm not sure if I'm going to get that one. I played it on PC a while back, and it was a fun game. But I don't know if it's one I want to buy again, so I just have to think about it. Oh yeah, and the sequel to this is coming out. I'm not sure what the date on that is. I'll have to look that up. And I'm probably going to wait until after I finish this to look that up to avoid possible spoilers for this game. If I end up liking Omori, I might get it for you. Sounds good. Have you heard any more about if those episodes of Deltarune are coming out for sure? Or if they have already come out, it would have already been past the day they were coming out if they were. Because I think you told me the 18th, which was yesterday. Yeah, so it's likely an internet hoax. Yeah. That's fair. It makes sense. You said it was on April Fool's Day. So, I just thought that was an oddly specific date for it to be an April Fool's joke, but yeah, who knows. Also, I don't know if you've heard this rumor, and it is just a rumor for now, at least. apparently there were some leaks about a possible Game Boy and Game Boy Advance emulator being added to the Nintendo Switch Online service. Again, it's just a rumor right now, so take it with a grain of salt, but if that comes true, I may very well have to cave in and pay for the Switch Online expansion. So we'll see what happens with that. I heard they were in development, so even if that is true, it could get canceled at a moment's notice. Yeah, like I said, we'll just have to see what happens. The video that I watched about it did show a list of Game Boy Advance games that were, I guess, tested on that emulator. And one of the games was Lufia the Ruins of Lore, and my immediate reaction to that was, okay, if they put that one on the service and not the two on the Super Nintendo, I am gonna be very mad. I'm sure the Game Boy Advance one is good. In fact, I think I've heard it was. I'm just saying, don't give us one or maybe two Lufia games, because I know there's also one on Game Boy Color, and then not give us the Super Nintendo ones. Maybe they'll get those too eventually. I hope so. I kind of just assumed they wouldn't because they probably weren't as in demand by the majority, but yeah, it would be nice if they put them on it. I mean, they put the two Breath of Fire games on there, so the two Super Nintendo Breath of Fire games, so anyway, let's continue this. Piece of memories are like roots. I know I held off on this long enough, but I had quite a few things to talk about, so sorry. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain.
Gradually, slowly, taking its time.
How old is Saito at this point? He was still like was he 12, 13 years old when he killed Iris's mother? I know he's definitely a minor. And it seemed like he was under 13. Or maybe right at 13. Like I said, I can't remember exactly. So how old mentally is he now?
I imagine the same thing is happening in your brain right now.
Okay, hang on a minute. Let me bring up the log. Regain your memories are. Your human memory is fractal. If you retain even a single piece of it, it's possible to recreate the whole thing. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain. Gradually, slowly, taking its time. I imagine the same thing is happening in your brain right now.
A fractal is a figure with self-similarity. Allow me to explain. See this?
Curve and Sierpinski triangle. Not sure if this is... That triangle reminds me of some of the shapes I saw in Scarlet Nexus. Anyway.
Whichever fragment you cut, you will see a similar shape. The whole is made up of its similar parts. This is called a fractal figure. Memories in the brain are similar. That is what he is explaining. He is claiming that from a few pieces, you can rebuild the memory.
I knew about the prototype from regaining my memory. Is that right? No, that's not it.
Parallel worlds exist.
That was Iris that said that. Or was it Iris? Who was inside Iris during the interrogation Sunday?
That was me.
You imitate her well. From the way you talked and your body language, it was like the real Iris. Earlier, too, you almost had me fooled. Your imitation of Boss was perfect.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Let me define some terms first. A person's memory and sense of self. Let's call that personality.
Surprise hugs. Welcome to the stream, Dragoon. How you doing tonight? And thanks for the hugs. Sorry, just really... As Soup said, we're really getting down to the... actually, how did he word it? Let me see. Let me scroll back up. Let me check the chat. The chickens are coming home to roost is how he worded it. I'm good, just chilling, just had dinner. Cool, what'd you have?
It isn't quite the right word, but it'll suffice. Now, transferring that personality into someone else's brain...
Chicken, mashed potatoes, and corn. Nice.
Let's call that parasitism.
Parasitism.
The one transferring is the parasite. The one being transferred into is the host.
Right.
Are you with me so far?
I think so.
Moving on. Even after the personality exchange is complete, the host's memory isn't completely lost. About 1% remains in the brain.
Okay.
So, a parasite could use that 1% to imitate the language and behavior of the host. That's how I knew about the warehouse and Sunfish Pocket, by the way. Thanks to Renju and Iris's remaining memories.
I already asked this. Oh,
I'm
Sunday.
telling you, it was me.
Oh my gosh, now she looks crazy. Or he, I should say.
Why are you making me repeat myself?
I don't know.
That means the Somnium I entered on Sunday.
That's right. It was me.
How? How does he know about the original Cyclops killer? And something else was troubling me. Oh. Okay, I was just wondering about this. I was wondering if he had ever been inside of Date's body, and I had forgotten about this point until just now. At this memory in one of the Somniums.
What's going on here?
Continue.
Fine. I still have time.
Time?
You'll see. So, where do you want me to start?
Okay, so... this is the reason there was a video of her killing Sosajima on her computer, because he wanted us to see that it was her who did it. That's my guess anyway. It's just past midnight on Tuesday. Shoko was killed on Friday. If we think of that as day 1, today is day 5. So what was Saito doing those days? I decided to ask him. Yeah, let's just go in order. Day 1, Friday.
Like you guessed, my personality was in Shoko, Renju's ex-wife.
So, did you kill someone as Shoko?
That made calling Renju easy.
Oh. Probably not then.
I need to talk to you about something.
Wow, this dude.
He came over without question. I think it was around 4 p.m. I had him meet me at the chemical plant. I made Renju go to sleep. Synced. Switched personalities. and then stabbed Shoko's discarded body with an ice pick. I took Shoko to Bloom Park by car, using the old abandoned subway line.
Is he really So's kid? Is that kid really
Must have
this
been
person?
around 8 p.m. by the time I was finished.
That's a good question. That's who he claims he is. But well, who knows? That whoever the person inside boss is could be lying about being Saito. One thing he hasn't mentioned yet. One thing this person hasn't mentioned yet that Saito would know about. Well, I'll just have to see if that gets brought up or not. Because that would still be a memory that Date learned in one of the other paths. So, again, we'll just have to see if it comes up or not. Must have been around 8 p.m. by the time I was finished. 8 p.m.
I tied up Shoko to one of the merry-go-round horses. After that, I used Renju's phone to send a Nile message to Mizuki.
That's what I thought. Mizuki, Daddy got caught up in something serious.
Then, I just waited for Mizuki to arrive.
What were they planning to do with Mizuki? Okay, anyway, day 2, Saturday?
Until next Saturday evening, my personality was inside Renju.
Right.
My next target was Iris. I knew she would be suspicious if I asked her to come to Kawasaki, so I asked her to come to Sunfish Pocket first. I called her a little before 5 p.m., and she arrived just after 6.
Why are they telling you all this? Yeah, that's another thing. I have no idea. I don't even know what their intention was. Because, like I said, even if it is Saito, as they claim, first off, how did they find out about the prototype? And second, why would they want to switch bodies just to kill people? And again, there's one thing that, if this is Saito, that hasn't been brought up yet. I called her a little before 5 p.m. She ran.
I greeted her, then convinced her to come with me. That's when Ota saw us.
That's another thing I didn't get. Why? I guess he could have been a witness, but why kill Ota? You didn't even take out his left eye like you did with the other 4 victims. So was it you that killed Ota? As you can see, both of us have lots of questions right now. Anyway,
I put her in the car, then headed to the chemical plant. On the way, I made her take a sleeping pill. I knew she might run once she saw where we were going. It was around 7 p.m. when I got there, and I wasted no time switching bodies.
7 p.m. and then 8 p.m.
After
when you
getting
killed...
Iris's body, I used a rolled-up apron to strangle Renju to death. Then I put his body in an empty oil drum I'd prepared earlier.
I have to wonder, again, if this is Saito, I also have to wonder how they could even stomach the idea of being inside Iris's body. I don't know, maybe he was just that, maybe they were just, If it's Saito, maybe he was just that insane that he didn't care. I don't know. Because I have trouble believing he wouldn't have known who Iris is. Well, no, I guess... I don't know. I'm thinking too much. Anyway, I put his body in...
I put that in the trunk of the car, then headed to Sunfish Pocket. But then, something I didn't anticipate happened. Waiting for the signal in Akiba, someone knocked on the window of the car. It was Ota. He asked me something about being able to drive. He was surprised, to say the least. I didn't have time to waste on him, but I couldn't risk him finding the oil drum in the trunk. Plus, if word got around that Renji's car was spotted driving around Akiba, that would foil my plans. So, I came up with a lie. I told him that I didn't have a license, so he had to keep it a secret. That's what that thing referred to in Ota's Nile messages, by the way.
Right.
And just like that, I managed to escape a bad situation and headed to Sunfish Pocket as planned.
Although, again, if this is Saito, how old is he by now? Would he be old enough to have a license? Let me think. Yeah, I guess he would be. Actually. Okay. Just like that, I managed to just give it back to Street and head to Sunfish Pocket.
The rest went exactly as you already figured out.
Yep. But what about when he was found... But he was found dead in the factory in the last route I did. So how is that going to get explained? Day 3, Sunday?
Sunday morning, I had a recording or some such thing scheduled. Oh, I am of course referring to Iris.
Right. Oh my gosh. The late night stream that Iris did. And the person that came to the door that night.
I didn't want to draw suspicion, so I decided to attend as planned. I went to Lemniscate and performed my job.
Oh, okay, never mind. That's not what I'm thinking about.
And when I left, I ran into you, Date.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a different stream she did. Never mind. Maybe we'll get to that in time. That might have even been on different routes, so yeah. All these routes, I can't keep track of what was when now. Anyway.
To be honest, I was a little surprised. Just the previous night, I was a parasite in the body of Renju. I didn't think Ota had seen me. So, of course, I didn't expect to see you there so soon. You were on to me, but there was nothing I could do about that. If I ran, it would only increase your suspicion. So I decided to play my role. The interrogation began around 8:20 p.m., is that right? Then you synced into my mind.
Right.
But you didn't get what you were looking for, did you? As a result, you had no choice but to release me. I didn't want to go home right away. I knew there might be police waiting for me. That would make it difficult to sneak out at night. And that would put my plan in jeopardy. So I asked you to take me to Marble. I tried to find an opportunity to run, but then another unexpected event occurred.
Yep.
I got a Nile message from Ota. I knew I could use him. So I told him I needed his help and to meet me at Marble. He did as I instructed him to do.
Yep. Okay, so... quote, Iris put Ota up to that. And that's why she was so... That's why she was so calm when... after he did it.
After that, I got into the van with Ota. But because his presence was unnecessary, I asked him to stop at a convenience store to buy me something to drink. When he was gone, I took his car and drove to my parents' house where I used to live. Yes, the Sajima residence.
Right.
Of course, I knew I couldn't just walk up and ring the doorbell. Hello, Father, it's been a long time.
Yeah, that definitely would have been awkward. Especially in Iris, with you in Iris's body.
I was also in Iris's body at the time. But I thought I could use that to my advantage. So I pushed on the intercom and sure enough, my dad invited me inside. I told him this. I want you to come with me. There's something I need to show you. He was quiet for a while, but eventually agreed and got into the van with me.
So I feel like he had to know who Iris is.
Machine around 11:50 p.m. By the time I was in the body of Sosajima, it was a new day.
Continue.
This was yesterday, early Monday morning. Past midnight. In my new body, I drugged Iris, put her in the van, and drove to a new location. Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse.
You're about to die in this route, aren't you? That's possible. Or... Okiura Fishery.
I arrived around 1, then prepared for the show for a couple hours. Of course, when I say show, I mean dismembering Iris.
Ugh.
Because of the temperature in the warehouse, it took longer than I expected to prepare, but... well, I saw it in the video.
Yes, I did, and I don't want to see it again! Ugh!
Of course, I didn't anticipate Ota would show up. What does that make it? 3 times that brat has showed up unexpectedly?
Well, he did have the hots for Iris, so what do you want from him?
That annoyed me to no end, and I took that out on him.
Yep.
Dressing him up in the polar bear was an impromptu plan on my part.
Okay, so you did kill Ota, but it was unplanned, and that's why he was the only one not missing his left eye.
I didn't mean to make you think he was the killer. I just wanted to throw a wrench into the investigation. It didn't matter if you found out or not. This all happened Monday morning. I left the warehouse around 3:30 a.m.
Day 4?
There isn't much to talk about on Monday. Before noon, I used my old man's body to call this one Boss.
Right.
You might not know this, but she and my father go back about 6 years.
6 years again. Okay.
The two shared a terrible secret. Hinting at that was enough to get the boss to come running to me immediately. I injected her with a sedative, then brought her body to the chemical plant. I synced with her, exchanged our bodies. And after blowing my father's brains out, I cut his body into pieces.
Yeah, we actually saw that on a different route, on a different path, when we found the body cut into pieces and stuffed inside a vase on his property.
I stuffed the meat into a vase I'd brought earlier, then drove back to my house.
Yep. Wait, did he not always own that vase then? His father, I mean? Anyway, continue. Saito spoke with grace and no sign of remorse. I was trying to keep my anger from boiling over and kept asking him questions. Why didn't the sink victims resist after waking?
Ah, the prototype sync machine has a special feature.
Huh?
It administers a strong dose of sedatives to the original body, and a stimulant to the host after a sync.
To the host. Huh?
That kept them docile.
Why did you take out your victim's eyes?
You know all about the prototype sync machine, don't you? That should explain it.
I knew. The prototype sync machine differed from the one at Abyss in a few key ways. The machine at Abyss is more sophisticated. Nanocables from the sync gear enter through the gap between the eyeball and socket. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I think I get it already, but let me see if I'm right. They then travel down the optic nerve canal to the brain. But the prototype sync machine isn't so advanced. To perform a sync, you need to remove the left eye. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, that definitely explains why Ota's wasn't missing. You need to remove the left eye manually. Ugh. The subject and the sinker have to remove their eye from the socket. Excuse me? The subject and the sinker? Then... why does Boss still have both of her eyes? Otherwise, the cables cannot enter the brain. Of course, even with the eye removed, severing the connection to the brain isn't necessary. The extracted eyeball still has the optic nerve and blood vessels connected. After a sync, the eye is supposed to be replaced back in the socket. Yikes. It's supposed to be safe. Side effects are rare. Unless the nerve or blood vessels are damaged somehow, replacing the eyeball isn't too difficult.
Of course, I don't really care about eyes. I don't need them. All I cared about was exchanging bodies with the sync. And for that, I needed to remove the left eye.
Oh. Well, that still doesn't answer the question I just asked, though.
Why didn't you just put the eyes back when you were
Well,
done?
actually, I guess it... I don't know.
That's
anymore.
obvious. Once I was finished transferring into a new body, the old one was of no concern to me. Why would I bother replacing the eye?
To keep from not being a suspect, but whatever.
I was just going to get rid of it anyway.
Where are the eyeballs that you removed?
Shoko's is in Renju.
I beg your pardon?
Renji's is an iris.
Oh, I get it.
Iris's is in Dad.
And Dad's is in
Dad's
you.
is in Boss.
Oh,
Their
wow.
stomachs, I mean.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Ugh! Okay, that's not what I was thinking at all. I mean, I guess what I was thinking wouldn't have made sense, but I don't know. As crazy as this guy already seems to be, I guess I thought he... I don't know. Anyway, ugh.
You sick bastard.
Yes, I ate them.
Ugh! Gross.
Immediately after exchanging personalities.
How horrible.
What's your motive?
Homicide is my hobby. I have a tenacity for it, what can I say? Of course, it was also necessary to make sure people kept their mouths shut. If I took over someone's body, they would know about my crimes. I couldn't risk them reporting me, so I killed them.
Right.
It was also a matter of revenge. Against you. It's personal. That's why I chose people close to you as targets. Well, except for my father, of course.
Right.
That was personal to me.
Of course.
But don't ask. It's embarrassing.
I think I already have an idea. Revenge against... Oh, I didn't get to ask that other question. Darn it. About why he displayed the bodies the way he did. Anyway, revenge against me.
This series of murders was like a journey for me, you know? Traveling through bodies to finally reach the end. That's the thing about traveling. You always wind up in the same place, don't you? Where do you think that is? Your home. A trip is only complete once you return home. The same goes for me. When I return home, my travels will come to an end. So I'll be needing it back. My body.
Is this going where I think it is?
What?
You stole my body.
Oh my gosh.
You took it from me 6 years ago.
Aiba said there was no photo of Saito. Or no recorded photo. Oh my gosh.
That's why I want revenge.
What are you talking about?
You have no idea what it was like inside my own head. I miss it. I miss my brain, Date. No matter how many people I killed, it never worked.
Revenge! Yep. But so then who was oh gosh. I just need to continue the game. I don't need to think about this because it's gonna get too confusing. No matter how many people I killed.
I never felt happy. I feel miserable.
You mean?
Don't get mad, get even. Yep.
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oh, that's right. My old body. How are you finding it, Dante?
This body is yours?
That's what I've been telling you!
But then who's Dante?
But I don't have the same oxytocin deficiency you did.
That is because I regularly supplement it.
Oh.
They must have increased your dosage too much.
No, but the person who had this disorder was number 89, the original Cyclops killer.
That is what I believed as well. But we must have misunderstood. Pewter did not specify who exactly was imprisoned. Only that one of the original culprits responsible was currently in prison.
That's strange. That would mean number 89 is the previous chairman, Rohan.
That must be it. Rohan is a parasite inside number 89's brain. Pewter must have known that.
No way.
I was confused. You're not the only one right now. I didn't understand any of it.
Let us determine the specifics using Saito as our starting point. Whose brain was he in before Boss?
So Sejima.
And before So?
Iris.
And before that, Renju.
And then Shoko.
And before that, Shoko.
And before Shoko?
Whose body were you in before Shoko?
I was a parasite inside Rohan's brain 6 years ago until last year. I'd lost most of my memories. I was a shell of a man. They housed me in a special hospital. But I still had those fragments of my mind left. Just as I explained earlier. From a single piece, you can recreate the whole. I took my time, slowly regaining my memories. 1 year ago, I remembered everything. I left the hospital and immediately sought out Shoko Nadami. I got her body, and she was in Rohan's. When she saw herself in the mirror, she lost her mind. She was confused, panicking, running up the emergency staircase, and then...
That's why Rohan committed suicide.
Oh.
After that, I spent a year perfecting my plan. Using Shoko's body. I spied on you all this time. That's why I know everything about you.
Who were you before Rohan?
In there, in that body you are operating right now, in that skull, my personality lived there.
Wait, hold on. If what you're saying is true, what about my personality?
It was in Rohan.
I'm not Rohan!
Correct. It is just as he explained earlier. Number 89 was in Rohan's body. In other words...
And, yeah, this is what I was thinking. You're number 89.
I real?
Keep talking.
Sorry, but time's up.
What?
I want my body back. It's quite simple. Sync with me and stay inside my mind for more than 6 minutes.
And if I refuse?
The boss needs better hair gel. Yep.
I know that you won't. I know it.
Why?
Huh?
Date, look! This is streaming live!
What? Oh, crap. He's holding her hostage.
Damn you!
If you give me back my body, I will give you the location. Oh, and of course, it isn't the chemical plant in the Kawasaki district.
Iva, where's the source?
It is being routed through numerous IPs.
Great.
I cannot identify the source.
Computer, contact headquarters, now!
Got it!
So it is the chemical plant.
Now,
Yep, that's what I'm
what
thinking.
will you do? Will you agree to my request?
Dang it. If I say that I'll do it, then your prediction will be right, Soup. He probably will die. Get the hair gel Maester Seymour uses. Yeah. I feel like if I say that I'll do it, he really will end up dead, just like you said, Soup. We don't know if he's going to really... Would he really kill Hitomi? Or will he really be able to? Can you FF if you die here? That's a good question. Let me check. You're here. Wait. Let me check. Yeah, I could go... Actually, hang on a minute. Yeah, I can probably... I can probably start over again from here. And like you said, I can fast forward to the point. The R2 button will let me... Might as well make a choice then. Yep. Anyway, well, yeah, the R2 button will let me fast forward to this moment. Obey Saito. I feel like I'll do it as the bad one, so let's do that first.
Date?
See?
Yeah, see, the R2 button will let me fast forward through all this when I hold it down. So, I can get to this point again quickly.
I knew you wouldn't refuse. I know you well, don't I, Date?
Police headquarters, Tuesday, 4:28 a.m. Okay, I guess we're done already. Is Iba still in him? Is inside his body?
I did it. I did it. I'm back. I got it all back.
Okay.
Hey, where's Hitomi?
All right. I'll tell you as promised. Boss's house. However, it might be too late by now.
What?
Oh shit!
Why?
He had a
Return
timer on
my
it.
body and I'll tell you the location. That's what I said. I didn't lie. I kept my promise.
You son of a...
You bastard!
Oh yeah, she's
You're
still
the
hurt.
one who injured that body. It's your own fault, really.
Damn it.
Be seeing you.
What about Iba? There we go. There's one last round, so that is your chance of revenge. Saito dropped dead. Yep.
Date, are you alright?
Iba's voice barely resonated. Yeah, Iba wasn't gonna put up with that. Iba's voice barely resonated. My eyesight was hazy, a heap of broken images. Yeah, I'm doing... well, on cue, yep! Yeah, I guess I'll do Boss's voice for now. Sweat was building on my palms. It felt like my throat was closing up, and I was struggling for breath. In my ears, the rushing blood of my heartbeat was the only sound.
Everyone's dead.
Dang, 5 minutes into being a smoking hot lady and he dies. Way to go. I didn't think he was that badly injured. Unless he did something after they switched bodies. Everyone's dead. Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, Hitomi. Boss. The flesh remains, the mind is lost.
I couldn't do anything. Saito had me right where he wanted me. Nothing. Nothing.
Iba isn't there to keep his brain working. Oh, right. Oh, right. Parallel worlds exist. The words suddenly echoed in my head. I couldn't remember who or where or why, but I thought that if there really was such a world, then me in that world, I is another.
Could I have had a better future?
I prayed that I could. I felt my consciousness sink into a black abyss. Is this another ending? Yep. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. Well, I guess I'll wait till the credits end, but yeah, after these credits roll, I'm gonna go ahead and take my break, and then when we get back, we'll... Sounds good, that was intense. So yeah, and after I get back, we'll go ahead and continue on well, like I said, I'll come back to this point and fast forward to when I have to make that final choice. But yeah, this was intense, you're right, Soup. Definitely. Again though, it's still not as bad as Zero Escape. I'm still really enjoying this game. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the rest of all this plays out. So, yeah, like I said, as soon as the credits are done, I will go ahead and take my break, and then when I get back, we'll continue. Can I fast forward? Okay, Annihilation route end. Okay, good. I was able to fast forward to through the credits. Okay, finished Annihilation route investigation. Yeah, I do want to save, and again, I'll do another new save slot. Let's see, create new save. Okay, and now this part is unlocked. So does that mean that would have ended either way? Well, anyway, like I said, now I'm gonna go ahead and take my break. Actually, let me see. Let me check something. Da, 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 da. Or you chose correctly. Yeah. Okay, so for when I get back, do you guys think I should see what happens on the if I make the other choice here, or should I just go on to this part that we unlocked? Trust your gut? Alright. I will go and think about it. I am kind of curious what happens if I pick the other option on that day, so that may be what I go ahead and do. Anyway, I'll be back after my break. So see you in a little bit. If there's anything you need to do, now's a good time. See you soon. Okay, I'm back. Just give me a moment. I want to check something. Okay. Just making sure Rio hadn't come on yet. But I think it's still a bit early for that, so... So yeah, like I said, before we start the break, I'm going to go back to this path over here and see what the other option leads to. Thanks, Soup! Did you have to work today, or did you take time off again? Did you just have to take time off while you get over what you had? Okay, I don't know what reopen investigation means. Let's just begin, I guess. Actually, hang on a minute. Case file. Back in its original body, didn't it? The bar. I know. So discovered that his body originally belonged to Saito. Saito demanded his body back using a bomb. What's the difference? Okay. Interrogation room, sync room. Yeah, okay, let's start here. I believe this is where I would probably need to start from. Saito spoke with Grows. Okay, I'm gonna ask this third question that I never got to ask first. Why did you display the bodies the way you did?
To harass you.
That's it?
I wanted to bring out the hatred in you. That's why I called Mizuki to Bloom Park. That's why I streamed Iris's murder.
Okay, stop
because
showing
they were
that.
Important to you, weren't they?
Were they?
I wanted you to feel cornered, trapped. I wanted to punish you, Kaname Date.
Okay, I'll just fast forward to these other...
You...
I won't do it.
Date, I'm hurt. Don't you care about what happens to her?
It's not gonna give me a choice, is it?
Do you understand the gravity of this situation? A bomb is strapped to her body.
Just...
too stubborn. Maybe you're just cold-hearted.
Just a minute. Okay, sorry about that. Had to give my dog more of her treats, so she'll settle down, hopefully. Anyway.
You want to see what will happen when her flesh burns and tears and scatters?
Is it just not gonna...
You see the whole thing.
Is it just not gonna let me...
You know I'm not bluffing, don't you?
I didn't agree, no matter how many times he demanded of me. I refused again and again. Okay, so we're screwed either way. Got it. And when I saw it, I understood. Boss's body rolled into the corner of the room. I didn't want to think anymore. Anything. Nothing. I closed my eyes and ran my palm across my face. I could taste blood. What? Bad end. Okay. Okay, so the first choice, so saying I'll do it was the right choice. Okay. Well, now we know. No, not really. Don't really want to save that one. So you made the right call on the first try. Yep. Okay, so let's. Well, I don't look to finish this up tonight, but let's at least get started. Let's see. Alright, begin investigation. Day 6. At first, I thought I was just gonna keep saying I won't do it until I agree to, but no, it finally. Although I did also think it was possible that it was because there was a time limit on the bomb. So you discovered the culprit. Yep. Welcome to stream, Reen. How you doing tonight? Abandoned factory, Wednesday, 12:55 a.m. Okay. Right. Date was knocked out by number 89.
You're awake.
Damn it!
I don't think you can release yourself.
Well, do something about it.
What is it you expect me to do?
Come out of my eye socket and get this off of me!
I cannot.
Why not?
My body has short-circuited.
Great.
It must have been the electric currents from earlier.
Gah.
But fortunately, my communication functions are still operational. I attempted to reach HQ and Abyss personnel for support.
And?
No response.
They ignored you?
There must be pressure from the higher-ups.
Yeah, that's the seems to be the story of our lives.
Likely a result of Congressman Tsujima's interference.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks I'm investigating Monika's case.
That is not the only reason. So Tsujima holds a personal grudge against you. He wants you.
Yeah, that was never brought up when I was interrogating Saito. He never talked about Monica. Oh, I looked up Suikoden 5's price and it's $150 Canadian for the disc. Yikes. So
that is likely why Pewter is attempting to delete my data.
wait a minute. So Tsujima holds a personal grudge against you. $180 for it complete, plus $180 plus complete for it complete, $350 for it brand new. Sheesh. Yeah, now you see why I'm not a collector. At least not that kind. So is a pathetic man. He is, but after what I learned on the previous route, is this so Tsujima? Or is this Saito? I'm missing the manual for it. Oh, okay. So that's my question right now. But don't answer. I'll find out. Or I won't. I don't know. Anyway, that's likely why Pewter is attempting to delete my data. Oh, fudge. I forgot about that. Forgot about Pewter turning on us.
Are you okay?
For now. But if they breach my final layer of ice, they will destroy me. I would cease to exist.
When I looked it up, I was like, holy shit, yeah, I bet. I bet, Dragoon. Okay, what's going on now? Oh, hello. Now, who is this?
You're Saito Tsujima.
Oh, okay, he's oh! So, Saito never... In this timeline, Saito never left this body. Okay.
Oh, so you figured it out.
Renju's body on the ground. Without his left eye. You were inside Renju, weren't you? Until just now?
Oh, okay.
You used the machine to exchange minds, then got rid of his body.
Wait a minute. This is your body, Date. and he transferred. You traded bodies with him, with Saito. Okay. I'm just gonna go with the flow. It's too confusing trying to sort all this out, so I'll just let this run its course.
Close, but you're a little off. I didn't get rid of the body. He died of natural causes.
What?
But what interests
Excuse
me
me?
more is you. How do you know you can use the sync machine to exchange minds? The way you're talking makes me think you know why I took out his left eye.
Mm-hmm. But how? How do I know that? Why do I know that? Why do I know about Saito, the prototype machine, changing personalities? Sets up Soup as a guard for the game collection with a shotgun. That works.
The current. Did it unlock your memories? Then tell me, this body was originally...
Mine.
Yep.
That means your body...
This is
What?
your body. Isn't it, Saito?
Mm-hmm. The words came out easily. I don't know why. I have some pricey games myself. I wager Luna might too. I imagine Lunar 2 would probably go for a pretty penny by now. Even without all the stuff that came with it. Just the game would probably go for quite a bit. Yeah, that's what I figured. I don't know why, but in a moment of harsh realization I knew. Number 89's body is mine, and my body is Saito's.
Well, if you know that much, then this should be easy.
So... you don't need to imagine because it is pricey. Yeah.
Give me back my body.
Where are Iris and Hitomi?
Don't worry, I haven't killed them. Yet.
Yet?
Yeah.
The brain you are currently occupying has an interesting quirk. It releases a flood of dopamine and endorphins when it kills. I thought I'd take that brain back before killing those two. In front of you, of course. Which is why I haven't killed them yet.
I got that. Blood Will Tell. All 6 Suikoden PS2 and 1 games. Black Label FF7. Nice.
Such beautiful eyes. I was going to begin the sync, but I think I've changed my mind.
What? Also, why is it... Also, why is it raining in here? Did someone blow the roof off this place or something? Oh well.
I want to see you mad. But what will really set you off?
And Suikoden 2 is going for $450 Canadian according to Price Charter. Sheesh.
If you don't shut your mouth right now...
All right, talking it is. What should I say? Do you have any questions for me?
That I haven't already asked you? It's early Wednesday morning. Shoko was killed last Friday. That was day 1, which makes today day 6. We're going to go through this again. For 5 days. What was Saito up to? I decided to ask him what he did every day until now. Yep, we're going through this again. Alright, fine. Day 1, Friday. Saito explained what he did on Friday. At 4 a.m., Saito began his plan against Shoko. Well, okay, we're just going through a brief synopsis this time. At 4 a.m., Saito began his plan against Shoko. He called Rinju to this abandoned factory and switched bodies with him. Suikoden in 1 complete is $120. Oh, okay. After taking Renju's body, Saito killed Shoko, then brought the body to Bloom Park. But as he explained it to me, I somehow felt that I already knew. I didn't understand why. I felt like I was being etched into my brain. Yeah, better build an emulation machine. I'm hoping the laptop I get will be able to do that. I think it would be able to, at least, especially PS1 and PS2 games. Which, hey, you know, something around that generation or earlier is probably what I'd care most about, is what I'm trying to say. Should at least be able to do PS1, yeah. Why was Shoko's riddle phone in the horse? When will that be? I'm hoping in July.
Oh, right. I put that there.
Azure Dreams is going for $280. Sheesh. And I also hope to get a capture card then. Or after that. Blood Will Tell is 400 plus. It's 400 plus. Well, wow. That's a lot. But yeah, I'm hoping I can get a capture card to work on it properly, so I can at least $400 for it complete. Oh, okay. Yeah, if I still had all my PS1 games, if I hadn't lost them during a move, no telling how much some of them would go for. But yeah, I think Lunar 2 is the only one that survived the move.
When I was fixing Shoko's body on the horse, her phone fell out of her clothes. I forgot that I had given her one. I didn't want to take it with me, and I didn't want to toss it away. So, I decided to push it into the mouth of the horse.
So the only murder that happens the same way every time is Shoko's. Oh, thought the price on Soul Nomad is... Oh, well, the price on Soul Nomad is only $40 complete. Project Justice is going between $280 and $500. Yeesh. But yeah, so the only murder that happened exactly the same way is Shoko's. And I guess So's also when he is dead.
The merry-go-round horse's mouth was hollow, which allowed the phone to fall down into its body.
Day 2.
I was still in Renju's body.
This is the game I'm talking about. Okay, just a sec.
My next target was Iris. If I asked her to come to the abandoned factory, I knew she would be skeptical, so I called her to Sunfish Pocket. I even video called her, but for some reason, she said no. This was around 5 p.m. I was still Renju, the president of Lemniscate.
Hang hang on, let me try to read this title. Oh, it's... Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I know what... I didn't know there was... I never knew there was a game of that. I never even heard of this until the anime adaptation came out, which I sadly never got to see. It got pulled from Crunchyroll or for some reason. But yeah, there was a game released of it, and it actually got an English release, huh? Because it has been digitally released, Street Puzzle Fighter on PS1 has actually dropped in price to about $70. Ah, okay. I was still Renju, the prisoner of Lemnis game.
I didn't think I would have any trouble getting her to trust me, but...
Date, do you remember?
Remember what?
Saturday evening after syncing with Mizuki. Inside the Somnium, you thought you saw Iris's body, so you called her. The time was 4:52 p.m., right before Renju called Iris.
Oh.
You told her.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Lock the door and stay at home.
Right.
Iris didn't accept Saito's proposition because of your warning. If you did not warn her...
She would have been taken here.
I decided to pick her up in Renju's car. I thought that if she saw me in person, she would trust me. However...
You got in an accident around 6:10 p.m. and lost consciousness.
So unlucky.
I should have spent the $120 on Haunting Grounds. It's 400 plus complete now. The first version of PSO on GameCube is going for about 100 and about 250 for the revision version. Revision version? On GameCube? I thought there was only one version on GameCube. I don't know.
My plans were ruined, but my ultimate goal is still achievable. So it's all good.
Day 3?
After the accident, my body was taken to Central Hospital. I regained consciousness just past 12 a.m. Sunday. The surgery was a success, but Renju's organs were in a horrible state. But I had somewhere to be. I left the hospital, rented a car, and headed to Iris's house.
If your copy has a white background, it's the first version. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I know what happened after that.
Yeah, I must have gotten the revised version then, because I'm pretty sure it didn't have a white background. At least as well as I can remember.
You got to the Sagan household at 2 a.m. You pushed the intercom button.
He was sweating buckets and he came up to me with this begging look in his eyes.
Oh, right. Yes.
He said, "Come with me."
You got Iris to come with you, but when you tried to bring her here...
I got scared. I pulled my hand away and ran.
Oh, you know that too?
The revision has the online-only missions offline, but also made it harder to duplicate items. Ah, okay.
But you're exactly right. I was planning to put her to sleep in the car, but I didn't have my drugs on me. The sleeping pills were inside Renju's crushed car.
Oops.
I was pushing my luck. My plan and my body were both in shambles. I'm sure the painkillers were affecting me as well. My mind was scrambled, and I couldn't think straight. I couldn't chase after her. I needed to sleep. I managed to make it back here and collapsed on the ground. Next thing I knew, it was the next day. I woke up around noon on Monday. Renju's body was about to expire.
Yeah, maybe you should have stayed in the hospital. Anyway, day 4.
By Monday, Renju's body was almost completely dead. And of course, my consciousness as well. That's when I got a call from a Mr. Amanoma. The man you call Pewter.
Right. I knew the story after that.
The boss told me that number 89 was coming. Then, Renju asked, "Is there any way we can let number 89 escape?"
So Peter came up with a plan to help number 89 escape. Wow, a Corlon on PS2 is $80 Canadian. Yeah, I figured you meant the game. Or since you said it was on PS2. Anyway, Rohan as number 89 got into the car with Saito as Renju and fled from the police. Why did you want number 89 to escape?
When I heard that number 89 was coming to Abyss HQ, I came up with a plan. Iris trusts this number 89, this body. I thought I could use it to get to her. And there was another reason. I planned on eventually switching bodies with you. You and I would get our original bodies back. And after I do that, I will kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you while you're in this body. A rather nice plan if I do say so myself. That's why I asked Pewter to help number 89 escape. I wanted this body at all costs.
What happened after you escaped with number 89 in the car?
I brought Rohan, who was inside number 89's body, to the abandoned factory. Rohan was my partner in the Cyclops serial killings 6 years ago. So naturally, we had a lot to talk about, but I didn't have much time left. Not to sound like a broken record, but Renju's body was almost done. It was completely useless at this point. So, I put Rohan to sleep and began the sync.
If you have a PS2, We Love Katamari is going for a bargain at a max cost of $25. Nice!
As a result, this happened.
Renju.
It's just like I told you. He died of natural causes.
Well, yeah, because you didn't let him stay in the hospital. Anyway, about the shooting on Monday.
Just mercenaries I hired. After I woke up Monday, I arranged the hit. They were expensive, but I had access to Renju's bank account.
Right.
I paid them with his money. Of course, my intention was only to kidnap Iris. But after I got this body, I didn't really need them anymore. But they had already been paid good money, so I decided to leave the arrangements as they were. And then, Pewter. I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. I told him he could use them for whatever he needed. And he acted on his own, without consulting me.
Day 5?
I called Iris about 24 hours ago. Tuesday at 1:40 a.m., I started a video chat with Iris. Long time no see. I'm sorry to call you out of the blue like this, but I need to see you. Iris got so excited that she dropped her guard. I told her where to meet, and she agreed right away. It was all according to plan. I knew that if I looked like him, she would do anything.
I've been looking for him for 6 years.
I see. That is why Iris left Matsushita Diner.
So the person she trusts most.
You, Date. Number 89's current body was originally yours.
Yep.
After Iris got into the car, I put her to sleep. I restrained her and called Hitomi.
I have your daughter. Don't call the police or she dies.
I used Iris to reel in Hitomi. And you. Thanks for being so cooperative. But you did drag your feet. I was getting tired of waiting.
About Monika's murder 18 years ago.
I was only 12.
Okay, he was 12. So I did remember his age, right?
But I remember
roughly.
it vividly. On that day, 18 years ago, I heard my dad on the phone.
I'm a little worried it's taking so long for these AI sites to show up now. I'm hoping it's not a problem with my PS4 or something. And that's just something in the game.
I'm going to see Monika. I followed him. I got into a taxi and followed my dad's car. He went to the Harbor Warehouse District.
Soup, you ever play Galactic Wrestling featuring Ultimate Muscle? It's only one of my favorite games of all time. Why did you kill Monika?
I've only ever been happy when I was killing something. Before Monika, I would kill cats and pigeons. It was the only way I could feel happiness. The only way I could feel anything.
Yeah, your dad probably should have put you in a psych ward or something.
But like a drug, I eventually grew a tolerance to it. Next, I'll kill a human. That's when I found out about Monika. That woman took my dad from me.
Well, it is 100% pure mustache-twirling cartoon villainy. Yep.
And she stole all the happiness from my house.
So was a fool. Yeah, he was.
So I chose her as a target. I was born with a brain disorder.
Yeah, we know about that.
I can't secrete oxytocin from my pituitary gland.
Yes, we know about this.
Mother. Not a real one, I mean. My mom died giving birth to me. So, naturally, my emotions toward my dad were complicated.
Clearly, he has a brain disorder. Yep. Like it hadn't been beaten in. Like that plot point hasn't been beaten into our brains a half a dozen times now, at least.
Sometimes I think, if I didn't kill Monika, would things be different? Maybe the murders 6 years ago never would have happened. Me, you, Rohan. Maybe none of us would have gotten mixed up in this. And maybe...
Yeah, I got it on PS2 and
Sakonagami
it's going
never
like
gotten
$80+ complete. He was born with a brain disorder and his dad didn't do anything to deal with it. Exactly, that's what I was saying. Maybe his dad should have put him in a psych ward or something. That line could be a screen cap for me to explain all my mistakes at work. Which line? Let me shook it on me. this one? I was born with a brain disorder. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I was born with a brain disorder.
Anyway. Anyway, moving on.
Isn't destiny a curious thing? One mistake can change so many lives.
And I don't know how true this is for when this game was made, but I remember when I read the manga Tokyo Babylon, they said that, like, mental disorders weren't as, or was it Tokyo Babylon or was it something else? Anyway, it was something about Japan not understanding mental disorders. And again, this was probably in, I feel like it was Tokyo Babylon, which, yeah, that was a manga that came out in the 90s, so I don't know how accurate that is now. Yeah, it was Tokyo Babylon. I remember which story it was now. But yeah, like I think, and like I said, I don't know how accurate that attitude is now in modern day Japan, because like I said, that was a manga that came out in the 90s. So I don't know if that's still true or not, although what's going on with Saito here might encourage you to believe it is. Anyway, listen to the rest of his story.
Sorry, I don't have anything else to say to you.
Well, okay.
And even I'm growing tired of seeing that twisted, angry face of yours. So, shall we get started? Give me my body back.
Okay.
What a strange fake eye. Oh well.
Hey, Iva, wake up. Oh, right. She's almost out of commission. Darn it. Forgot about that. Oh, gross! Gosh dang it. Ugh. I didn't need to see that.
All right. It's ready.
So, what's gonna happen to Iba? Wait, am I actually having to do this? I'm actually having to do the Somnium? Gonna have to be without Iba's help this time.
This is the sync room.
Hello?
That was...
Yep, you're on your
Damn
own
it,
this
why
time.
can't I wake up? This doesn't look like footage from a surveillance camera.
Okay, 5 mental locks. This time. Seeking in the chain. Search Kaname Date. Date Kaname, Abyss Special Agent. Verify identity.
What?
Well, okay. I didn't do that. Number 1, unlocked, concealed.
Am I being synced?
Oh, right. Yeah, you are. So I'm not actually having to do anything, at least not right now. Concealed. Okay, let me see here. Okay, I don't have a time limit.
Sync?
Touch?
I can't touch it.
Investigate. Oh! Investigate knife.
What? Damn
hello?
it, what is this?
Okay. Not sure what's going on here. Let's see. Oh, this is when him and Rohan switched minds. Or when, I should say when number 89 and Rohan switched minds, rather. Okay. Now what? Sink room door. Okay.
Go to the sink room, huh?
Okay. So that's why I'm putting my time down a little bit. Well, by a little bit, a whole minute. Let's see here. Okay, gotta go to the sink machine now.
It's a sink machine.
Okay. Okay, there goes the second metal lock. Although again, is this my metal lock or his?
What was he doing?
Sink gear.
Sink gear.
Investigate, I guess.
Again.
Okay. I guess this is after after Saito entered Rohan's body. Okay, what's next? I'm not seeing anything else yet right now. I need to go back through here, maybe? No. What am I not
this? This wasn't here before. This is...
What the? Oh. Hi? What the? Oh. Is this... What's actually... What is this?
Help me! Help me!
Okay, that's the third middle lock. Okay, now what? Let's see. Okay, that over there, probably. Pool of blood, okay. Can't I check the photo instead?
blood.
Yep.
It's a pool of blood. I don't know anything else.
Okay, I probably do need to...
Blood.
Thinking about the... pick up the photo.
The picture. Blood.
Okay. Alright.
Blood. Damn. Oh, this. It's them.
Oh, okay. So this is that moment. I bet. Okay, so I gotta check that mirror now, I take it? Wherever it is. Okay, here it is.
You're... I touched it, but nothing happened. You're... Damn, nothing. You're... I can't. I just can't do it.
Okay, I guess I had to investigate it then.
You're... It's just a mirror. Damn it!
Okay. Number 4 unlocked.
That's it. Just a little more.
Oh, this is nice. You take the...
I'm sinking.
guess that's all I can do. Yeah, you'd think the music in this would be freaking me out more than it is, but it's not. Pardon? Well, I guess I gotta keep going.
What do I do?
Okay, yeah, I can't exit out of this, so this is all I can do.
What is this?
So, what, is that what it's usually like on the person who's the subject? Okay, so that's when... Wait. Okay, this is when... Yeah, that's when number 89 was first put in his body. And before he received Iba. Day 6, date A, acquired. Meaning what? Or Date A, rather. Day 6, Wednesday, Hakai.
I did it! I did it!
Trophy earned, chain sink. Day 6, Wednesday, cleared Somnium, if you want to call it that.
Oh, this feeling! I'm back. I got it all back! This fake eye is awful. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. I think I'll keep it.
Yeah, Peter, I want to back out of erasing Iba now, because you're probably gonna have to make one for, make another eye for her to put into Date now.
This prototype machine has a special function. The body I am transferring my consciousness into will receive a stimulant. The other body receives a sedative. You will be feeling it soon. Oh, but don't worry. Like I told you earlier, my plan is to kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you. So I can't be killing you right away. You will watch them die, and then you will follow in their footsteps. You should be honored.
My body won't move. My vision is getting hazy. My consciousness was melting away, clarity fading. I don't know what happened. I could only watch as it unfolded in front of me. The scene that played before my eyes left me dumbfounded. It was a fragment of my memory, lost all those years ago. A piece of my past buried deep in my subconscious.
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win, yay! Now you have to take the penalty. Up, side to side, up, down, pinch.
Iris, remember when you asked me what your stage name should be? How about A-Set?
That's right. I thought of that name. This is when I taught Iris about her name. Greek and Egyptian mythology, too.
A-Set. It's pretty. I love it.
You see that flower over there? It's a very special flower that blooms in the cold. A winter iris. Just like the iris from Greek mythology.
She's the messenger goddess. And the goddess of rainbows, too.
That's right. That's why the iris means good news and hope.
Good news. Hey, Uncle. You met Mommy at this shrine, right? Gonna hear good news from you two.
What?
When will Uncle be my dad?
The Okonomiyaki War.
Iris drew it. She must have really enjoyed herself. She even said that she wanted to do it again soon.
Yeah, we should. We'll do it whenever she likes. Maybe even every day.
Oh, you. Every day?
But tell me, do you want to live together? The three of us?
Well, this is a little sad now. If things had gone differently... Anyway.
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
People are going to talk.
I don't care about that one bit.
Well then, hypothetically, what if Iris and I were being hunted down by a secret organization?
Well, I'd defend you, of course.
What if they're zombies?
Zombies?
Remember when we went to that haunted house and you were clinging to my arm?
Because it was dark and it came out of nowhere. But fine. I don't care if it's zombies or aliens or whatever else. I will defend you and Iris with my life.
Thank you. Well then, my answer is yes.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter. I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
This is...
Now I understand. I understand why Rohan Kamakura wanted these two dead. So Shijima asked Rohan to take Monika's corpse deep in the mountains, where no one would find it. Rohan found out that Hitomi knew about it. He also found out that Monika had given birth to a child. If the media got a hold of it, Congressman Tsushima would be ruined. And that information would no doubt lead to discovering Monika's murder, so and Saito would be arrested immediately. And that investigation would lead straight to Rohan. But Rohan never told So about Hitomi and Iris. I don't know why not. Maybe he decided it wasn't important enough to mention. He played it close to the chest, need to know basis only. That way there'd be no loose ends. That's why Rohan hired the assassin Falco, meaning me, to kill Hitomi and Iris.
You got it? I want you on this right away. If you could do it in 2, maybe 3 days, that would be great. Good luck.
Of course, I couldn't go through with it, but if I didn't kill them, someone else would. I was sure of it. I needed a plan. How could I get out of the organization and keep them safe? But I couldn't think of anything. I didn't know what to do. I needed advice from an old friend. An old friend?
I see.
Oh, okay.
I hear some pretty crazy confessions in my line of work, but this one takes the cake. But don't worry, all right? You could have told me you were being attacked by Martians and I still would have believed you.
The truth is, Boss and I were both in the same rookie class of police recruits in our 20s. We've been close ever since.
So, can you help me?
I do have one idea.
Huh?
Have you heard of the new investigation department, Abyss? I was put in command there.
Boss explained Abyss and syncing to me.
The sync machine is normally used to look inside someone's head, but it does have another function. You can technically use it to swap bodies.
Swap bodies?
Right. So if we use that...
What do you mean?
I mean, switch bodies with Rohan. The new you will be Rohan, chairman of the Kumakuras.
Oh.
Then you can send out an order. No one lays a finger on Hitomi and Iris.
What about Rohan? Won't he be in my body?
Just get rid of it, I guess.
Get rid of it?
You can take this opportunity to get rid of Falco once and for all. No one will know what really happened. No one will ever find out that a police officer was moonlighting as an assassin. It's 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
She made a good point, and I had no reservations about giving up my body. My body had soaked in so much blood over the years. I was almost glad to be rid of it. But I did have a single regret. With my body switched, I couldn't show myself to Hitomi or Iris. I would never be able to see them again. But I didn't care. As long as they were safe.
All right. Leave everything to me. Hayato Yagyu.
Oh, is that his actual name? Yep, that was my real name. I still think I'm gonna call him Date. That's what I'm used to now.
How did you bring in Rohan Kumakura?
I made up some charges and had the cops take him in.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it'll be fine. Because he's about to switch bodies.
Rohan has been put to sleep. He will not be waking up for a while.
Remember, to get your consciousness to fully transfer.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Stay in Somnium for more than 6 minutes. Right.
We're counting on you.
Let us begin. 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
Stop! Please. Help me. Help me.
You're...
It's... me.
Rohan?
Did you forget your own idea?
Does that mean...
I'm Hayato Yagyu. The switch worked. And there's been a breakthrough in the case.
I know. You don't have to say it.
regarding the Cyclops serial killings, right?
How did you know?
We can monitor what happens in the Somnium from this room.
Boston Pewter explained. There wasn't just one Cyclops serial killer. There were two. One was Rohan, and the other was Saito Shijima. Oh yeah, the sync revealed everything.
We should ask him about it.
Good idea. When Rohan wakes up, we'll interrogate him. Huh? What? Pewter, where is he?
How would I know?
This is bad.
Hey, which way did Rohan go?
Huh? Rohan's standing right there.
No, this isn't Rohan!
Yagyu! Where is Yagyu? Where did he go?
Oh, him. He just left.
What?
Why didn't you stop him?
What do you mean? He's a detective. He said he wanted to leave, so I opened the door. Did I do something wrong?
Yeah, you might have. Oh, gosh.
No, don't tell me.
I shot out of the room like a bullet. I had a bad feeling. An awful, terrible feeling down to the bones. I knew where he was headed. I ran out to the parking lot, got in a car, and floored it.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here at this hour? Oh, stop. You're always flattering me. Anyway, come on in. I'll make us some tea.
You bastard!
No! Stop!
Oh.
No.
Stop right there!
Hitomi had to endure a long, complicated surgery, but she survived. But it came at a price. She was left with a permanent injury. She lost all use of her right hand, thanks to the bullet I fired from my own gun. I said nothing. I got up and left the hospital room, and I left all my memories with her. That night, I visited the Kumakura building and called them all together.
Everyone, listen up. Hitomi Sagan and her daughter Iris are untouchable from this day forward. If any of you lay a single finger on them, you don't want to know what'll happen to you. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
I went to So's mansion, by boss's request.
Meet with Saito. Figure out the truth behind the Cyclops murders. As long as you're like that, I think he'll be more open with you.
So I went to the Tsushima residence. When I got there, I said, I want to meet Saito into the intercom. After a while, the gate opened and Saito himself welcomed me.
What is it you want to talk about?
About the next target.
Do you have someone in mind?
Let me think. What'll it be? The fifth murder? The fifth Cyclops killer victim?
Hold on. Could you not refer to us like that?
Why not?
I told you, it's very old-fashioned.
But that's our name.
A name you decided. You even sent that letter without my permission. You said it would throw off their investigation. I don't know how effective it was.
So there's no relation to Greek mythology?
What? Don't ask me. You're the one who came up with it.
About Saito and Rohan.
How long has it been since we last met?
That's an odd question.
Humor me.
The first time we met was when I killed Monica, and my father asked you to deal with the body. But we didn't so much as see each other for 12 years after that. Why are you asking me this?
What was the next time we met?
About half a year ago.
And what did I tell you then?
You don't remember?
Remind me.
I remember you showed up rather suddenly. You really want to kill people? I'll find you targets. Just let me keep the eyes. Then we both get what we want. We'll make good partners.
Why did the victims have their right eyes taken out?
That was your idea. I don't understand why you're asking me.
My idea, was it?
Yes. You told me that you suffer from hemispatial neglect, that you can't recognize the right half of your vision. You always eat the left half of your meals and all that. The same is true of the faces of those you've killed. You can't recognize faces out of your right eye, which means you can only see the right half of their faces. And that's why you pull their right eye. That's what you told me anyway.
Bring him to Abyss.
Hey, Saito. Could you come with me for a bit?
Where are we going?
There's a place I want to take you.
Really? Is it perhaps the police station?
Suddenly, bodyguards rushed out from inside the mansion. They surrounded me before I could react.
What are you doing?
You aren't the real Rohan Kumakura. I could tell as soon as you opened your mouth. Let's get a change of scenery. Fortunately for you, I am interested in hearing you talk. Mr. Kumakura showed me this place, so it's fitting that this is where you die. What a wonderful feeling. The truth serum is working beautifully. Wow. I see. I see. You got into that body with the sync machine.
Oh.
Fascinating. I'm intrigued. I want to see it for myself. The prototype sync machine. Where is it? Chiba? You there. Why don't you go and fetch it for me? Don't worry. I'll pay whatever it costs.
A few days later.
Well, it looks like preparations are complete. Let's say you and I get started.
Just a sec again. Let me check. Okay. Sorry about that.
All right, let's go.
What are you doing? Follow him!
My memories after that were lost in a violent haze. I was forcibly disconnected during the sync. Saito's mind overwhelmed me, only my consciousness was sent over. My memories were left behind in my original brain. I thought I might have some of Saito's memories to cling to, but I never picked them up. Maybe because they weren't mine to hold. It felt like reality itself was disappearing. I was confused and lost, like suffering from a permanent hallucination. I could barely feel my feet beneath me, walking under the city lights. When I regained my faculties, I found that I was in Golden Yokocho. My wandering, with no destination in mind, was interrupted by a woman.
You're Saito Sejima? I guess not.
Huh?
Sorry, I just had a feeling. I heard that the prototype machine was stolen, so we lost communication for a whole week.
Who are you?
Just as I thought. You've lost your memory. Alright. From now on, think of me as your boss.
Boss?
That's right. That's what you'll call me. Come with me. To where you belong. I managed to make a new family register for you. From today on, you have a new name and a new life. As a member of Abyss, the team I run.
You want me to be a police officer?
You were a policeman before, remember? You've already passed the exams. There shouldn't be a problem.
But the new me didn't pass.
That's fine, trust me. It won't be a problem. That congressman knows how to pull strings.
Who?
No one, never mind.
So what's my new name?
Kaname Date. I hope you like it.
Kaname Date.
Yep. Nice to meet you, Date.
One year later, I was called into the control room. Pewter had something to show me.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
Trophy earned, Persons Analyst. Collected all the persons files. Oh, okay.
How are you feeling? Your head clearing up? I've been waiting. I really want you to enjoy this show. I need you to see it clearly. Awake. Looking at it.
What happened after we exchanged minds?
What are you doing? Follow him!
After the sink 6 years ago, I became a parasite in Rohan's body. But I was broken. The sink only sent data to my brain piece by piece. But that error did allow me to escape prison.
No! Stop!
It was Rohan who was accused of injuring Hitomi. Naturally, I went to trial, being the one inside Rohan's body at the time, for a violation of firearms law and attempted murder. However...
Prosecution tried to get him on premeditated murder, but it was determined that he was insane at the time. Anyway, they decided to keep him in a special hospital.
What was Falco's real name?
You would know more about that than me. Or do you not remember? You've been using other men's names for so long you don't even know your own.
It's Yagyu. Hayato Yagyu.
Yes, that's right. You're a Japanese native who worked as a police officer. Imagine a police officer being a serial killer. I don't think the public would react kindly to that if they found out. Heads would roll, departments would fold, there would be shameful suicides. So your superiors decided that erasing every record of your existence was the preferable option. Hayato Yagyu ceased to exist. And Falco, the anonymous assassin, was sent to prison, where he was known as Number 89. Fitting for a man with no name.
About Rohan after the personality exchange.
Stop right there!
Six years ago, Rohan, in Falco's body, visited Hitomi's house and tried to kill her. But that didn't go very well. He was arrested by the police. He was sent to trial and sentenced to life in prison. It only makes sense. Falco was an assassin responsible for countless murders. The title assassin makes it sound so clean and professional, doesn't it? But he was a murderer, a serial killer. Life in prison was a light sentence as far as I'm concerned. You deserved far worse. Consider yourself lucky.
Saito was off guard. I might be able to make a move. I tried to sweep Saito's feet, but then...
You have a choice. Iris and Hitomi. Die before these two or after. I would of course prefer that you choose the latter. It would be quite a lonely affair with no one
Funny coming
watching.
from a psychopath like you. I know, right?
So, what do you want to do? I'll give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, they're not gonna make me choose again, are they? Oh, hello!
No, wait!
Never thought I'd say this about him, but my hero.
Damn.
How about neither? Say I works for me, Reen.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. But are you really Dante?
Yeah. How'd you know?
Someone called Aiba told me about it.
Oh.
It was weird. It was kind of like eavesdropping.
Get that dude a handshake with an idol. I know, right? He's definitely our hero right now.
Aiba.
Where is she? I don't see her anywhere.
Definitely, he's definitely earned it now.
Inside his left eye socket.
What's wrong? Sorry, but bastard got me. Take this.
On to the rescue, yep.
Do it! Tessa and her mom are in danger, right? Please, save them.
I gave a firm nod and gripped the gun, following after Saito.
Iris!
Going after a murderer and Iba Napper. Yep.
Date, do you like fireworks? I love them. A brilliant, glimmering fragment of time. The flash begins as a perfectly ordered chemical reaction that melts into chaos. Human lives are the same, are they not? As is the universe itself.
Damn it! I can't get into my sights. And I can't get any help from Iba.
Blooming. Scattering in the moment. And it's only a single moment, isn't it? A unique moment that you can never revisit. That's what makes life beautiful. Don't you think so?
Should I just risk it? But if I miss, I'll hit Iris.
But I've spoken enough. It's showtime. I will show you the most beautiful fireworks you've ever seen. The scattering of the cerebral plasma, the splattering blood. It's art. Perfect, beautiful art of a lonely moment in time. Don't blink. I want this to burn into your retinas. Well, the one you have left.
Damn it! What do I do? What do I do?
Oh, hello! Everyone's coming to the rescue now.
Mizuki!
You bastard! What do you think you're doing to Iris?
Tessa! I'm here to help!
Wait, Mizuki!
It's just a scratch. Let's hope so. Well, yeah, I know it's not, but...
Did you find him?
No! I can't find him anywhere!
Where the hell is he?
Trying to decide if this would be a good place to stop for the night, or do you think I should keep going? Because I don't know how much longer there is left. Let's finish this? Alright. Let's talk to Oda, I guess. When did you get here?
Some girl named Iba told me to come. I heard everything.
About the mind swapping, too. I heard it, too. From Saito. Uncle, it's really you, right?
Aww. You came to help?
Yeah, of course. If I didn't come, who would?
What you playing after this? I was thinking of playing, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles.
Oh, but don't flatter yourself, Date. We didn't come here for you.
Sure you didn't.
We're here to save Iris and Hitomi.
Right. Got it.
Ota is looking at me uneasily. But I can't think about him right now. I need to find Saito and Hitomi. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go save my mom.
Iris was holding up Mizuki. Iris seems to be okay. I need to find Saito. How's your foot? I
I'm
thought it was
fine.
her leg.
This is nothing.
Oh well.
Stop worrying about me and go get that guy.
Mizuki is leaning against Iris. I'm worried about her, but right now I need to find Saito. This looks like a machine of some kind. What am I supposed to be doing? I already spoke to everybody. Saito took a blow and fell on the other side of the container. When I climbed out to look, I couldn't see him anywhere. It's rained hard.
I heard footsteps earlier, like someone going up the stairs.
To the top floor!
Saito took the stairs upward. Oh. I can't see Saito. Where the hell is he? Where is Saito? I have to find him. Damn it. Okay. I love that everybody who tried to help came together like this. Yep. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing now, though. Call him. Not. Oh, is he up there?
Date!
Oh, okay. Under the scaffold, okay.
Tommy?
Yeah, I found him. I sprinted as fast as I could, rushing up the stairs, step after step until they blurred together. When I reached the top floor, a sight I will never forget greeted my eye. Saito Tsujima is nothing more than a coward. Yep.
Damn it!
Mom! Iris!
It seems I have an even bigger audience now. That's fine. Having more spectators will be a treat for us all. You all want to see, don't you? The fireworks? Oh, am I wrong? So you don't want to see the fireworks? Fine. Let's do this then. Date, drop your weapon. I promise I'll put the fireworks on hold. I'll even release this woman.
He's lying, Date!
Don't do it!
Throw down your gun, Date. Ah, I see.
He doesn't know what fireworks are. Nope.
You don't intend to take me up on my generous proposal?
Date.
You want to shoot me, is that it? Then do it. But you only get one shot. You have to kill me with one bullet. If you don't, the fireworks show will begin in earnest. And I will blow this woman's brains into the sky. What will it be, Date? What will you do?
I don't know if I... I'm gonna save just in case I mess up. So just give me a sec. Good idea? Okay. Alright. Well... oh gosh. Okay, I've saved, so I just need to go for it.
I can't hit him at this range. I can't aim with one eye.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess that didn't leave me with much choice then.
Well done. However, you aren't...
Trophy earned, cooler heads prevail. Kept your cool and did not shoot Saito. Okay, I hope that was a good... I hope the fact that I got a trophy for this is a good thing.
Yet. You have to throw your gun down, remember? You have 1 minute. If that weapon is still in your hands, I'll start the fireworks. And one more thing. If any of you move, I'll skip down to 0. Let's begin. Ready? 59. 58.
Date, look! It's that girl I told you about!
Aiba.
Date, I do not have much time. Listen carefully. As I mentioned previously, I cannot escape this body. The surge of electricity shorted out my circuits. I cannot administer a paralyzing electric shock either. However, there is another option.
Huh?
Self-destruct.
Oh.
Let us determine a code number. Command 41205. If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. The number will be the first lock. If I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first...
What is the second command?
How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second command.
Is your data stored in the cloud?
Unfortunately, that data has all been deleted. I am speaking to you using only local data.
Then, if your body is destroyed...
Correct. I will be destroyed as well.
10. 9.
Say it, Date.
6. 5.
Date, command!
2. 1.
Come on.
You are even more of an idiot than I thought. Do I look like the kind of man who keeps his promises? Now you get to see 5 fireworks. If you didn't drop your gun, it would have only been 1. You understand? After I dispose of this woman, I will pop their heads as well. I can't believe you did that. Fortunately for you, you won't have long to regret it. Yes. Yes. The burning in your eye. I see it now. Watch. Eyes open. Watch this woman die.
Four 1-2-0-5. Just in case I have to actually put it in. 4-1-2-0. You talk too much? Yeah, he does.
See her brain burn like fireworks.
Iba, can you hear me?
Yes,
We don't have a choice.
I know.
Command 41205.
Okay, Date.
I...
What's this lie gonna be?
I hate you, Iba.
Oh gosh, dang it! I knew he was gonna be something like that.
I hate you, and I never want to see you again.
Second command confirmed.
Oh.
I understand.
Dang it.
Be seeing you.
Whoa, okay! So it really was self-destruct. Dang. Well... That was quick. Yeah, I didn't know if it meant self-destruct as in exploding, or maybe she just short circuits and does something. I just didn't know what it would mean for an AI to self-destruct. Well, yep. That's it, I guess.
Has Iba always been in your left eye?
Yeah.
Why?
But yeah, what do you think of... That's what it gets for taking too long, yep.
Huh?
But yeah, what do you think of my next choice after I finish this ring?
No, don't thank me. Thank my partner.
Mr. Falco. It is you, Falco. Right?
Great, okay. Good, glad you think so.
You shouldn't call me that. I am Kaname Date, MPD, Special Investigation Team Abyss. Sinker.
Three months later, Kasai. Ikume Shrine. 3 months later.
Uncle, your left eye.
I'll be right back. We'll finish this up afterwards. Okay, I'm back in just a sec. I want to check something. Okay. Just making sure Rio hadn't come on. He hasn't. Alright. So let's finish this up.
Oh, this? It's just a prosthetic. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, good.
Yeah, but you miss Iba. How are you?
As you can see, I'm great.
Are you?
Hop, hop. Kangaroo goes hop.
I'm glad the surgery went well.
Oh, okay. That's great. She had a surgery to fix up her illness.
Yeah. The nanomachines went pew pew and bzz bzz and got rid of all the tumors. At least, that's what I think they sound like. I don't know, they're small.
Right.
Anyway, everything is fine now. The doctor even said I can dance again.
That's the most important thing.
All thanks to the boss. She paid for the treatment. Can you believe it?
Aww. Thanks, boss. That's not exactly true. Boss didn't pay out of her pocket. It was a confidential transfer of funds from the main office. Iris knows everything about the original and new Cyclops serial killings now. Not just her. Hitomi, Mizuki, Ota, Moma, they all know. The higher-ups were willing to do anything to keep it from getting out. So, in return for her silence, they agreed to pay for Iris's treatment.
Maybe I owe it to the shrine. I feel like I ate the fruit of immortality. In a dream somewhere.
Imagine that.
Then I guess you're immortal, huh?
We'll see 50 years from now.
Do you like my new body?
The way you are now is more familiar for me anyway, so...
Corrupt cowards, yep.
My old uncle is back, you know? Besides, I don't care what you look like. You're always uncle to me. Isn't that how it should be? To judge by our hearts and not by our appearance?
So I'm really that ugly, huh?
I don't think so, but oh well.
No. It's a rugged kind of handsome.
Why did you want to come here?
Because of the memories. I wanted to come here with Uncle again. Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Had it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win! Yay! By the way, I still don't have the answer to my question.
What question?
When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
Oh.
When will Uncle be my dad?
I turned away without answering. I stared out into the distance and something caught my eye. Winter irises in full bloom. Oh.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, we still have a lot of people to see.
Yesterday, Iris was discharged from the hospital. Iris said that she wanted to see everyone who visited her. But she's just a little embarrassed to go by herself, so I promised I'd take her.
We also have to get home. Shovel Forge.
If you try it, I'm leaving.
I'm kidding. But we do have a date, don't we? The date we had 3 months ago isn't over yet. So let's go!
Okay, got quite a bit to do. Alright, let's do it. Police headquarters.
I'm glad you finally got out of that hospital.
Thanks, boss.
How are you?
Why are you asking? You see me every day.
Are you gonna go to the club later?
Interested? But you're still a bit too young. I'll take you when you're older. Promise.
About Iba.
Still thinking about her, huh?
No, not exactly.
Well, doesn't surprise me. You two were great partners.
I want to ask you something. 3 months ago, when we exchanged our final words, I look like I do now. I wasn't in Date's body, but Iba still obeyed me.
That's a good point.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
You're underestimating the Wadjet system.
Huh?
Iba was no ordinary AI. She was human in so many ways, including the ability to see and think beyond the physical. She didn't need your voice or iris authentication or anything like that. She knew the real you and regarded you as her master. That's why she followed your command, despite looking completely different. I think maybe she knew your soul, Date.
About 6 years ago.
Boss, I gotta ask. Why didn't you tell me about what happened 6 years ago?
Well, when Shoko's corpse was found, I didn't think it had anything to do with the Cyclops killer. I thought the culprit was Rohan Kumakura, remember? And he committed suicide a year before. I never thought that he was swapping bodies. And the other person responsible for the original Cyclops serial killings was locked up in Fuchu, making it impossible for Saito or Rohan to be involved. So, I didn't tell you. Besides, the sync machine being used to swap bodies is a national secret. I was ordered to never reveal that information to anyone under any circumstances.
So that's why you kept me in the dark?
Yeah. By the way, Date, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Close your eyes.
I did as I was told, closing my eyes. When suddenly... pardon?
Don't worry, it's just some knockout gas.
Okay. What's going on here?
What?
You're going to experience something incredible. That's my present to you.
Why?
Shh. Sweet dreams, Date.
Okay.
This is the sync room. Pewter?
Yeah, we should have words for him. Okay, what's going on? Where's Iris?
Don't worry. She's with the boss. She's safe.
Did you sync with me?
I did not. But I did use the sync chair.
For what?
Something.
Why are you here? He
Am
works
I
here?
not allowed to be here?
Yeah, I would think so.
Of course not. You should have been arrested 3 months ago.
Oh, well, I guess that's fair. Peter was working with Renju, or to be precise, Saito inside Renju. He was leaking confidential information to him. Peter also helped Rohan inside the body of number 89 escape. Peter was immediately punished and fired from the force.
Yes, I was arrested.
But...
I'm eating awful meals every awful day in an equally awful detention facility.
Then how are you here?
I wonder.
Don't act dumb.
Date, it's okay. Boss brought him here.
She did? Why?
She told us not to tell you.
Huh?
Anyway, I'm sort of like his handler now. I'm supposed to be an inspector, but I was the only person qualified for this job. Kind of pathetic, isn't it?
Why am I here?
Everything that the boss did, she did for you. Ask her about it. She truly cares about you, you know. That's why she kept silent about what happened 6 years ago.
Huh?
You were once an assassin. If your secret ever got out, your life would be effectively over. But the boss protected you by hiding your past. I don't think she wanted you to leave her alone. Now, who is she to you? Anyway, now that this is done, I'll excuse myself.
Bye. Still not sure what happened, but okay.
Iris. What happened to Boss?
She went home. She said she needed to do something in Kabukicho.
She left?
Anyway, forget about that. Let's play!
Play?
Shovel Forge.
Okay. Not sure what we're doing here. I left Iris in the car. I figured that she didn't want to see him. I parked the car a little ways down. She doesn't know that I'm here.
I see your face has improved. This one doesn't make me so angry.
Oh, is that what it was? Guess that makes sense, because it's not his son's face, I guess. Yeah! I don't know who told him, but he must know about the switch.
What did you come here for?
I want to ask you something.
Why are you here? This is his home.
That's a strange question to ask a man in his own home.
I just thought prison would suit you better.
Don't you know the law? No one can touch me.
Even though we both know you committed a crime.
Indeed. 18 years ago. And I was not the one who killed Monica Iwai. That was my son, Saito.
But you hired the Kumakuras to hide the body.
The statute of limitations for improper handling of a corpse is 3 years. I did what I did to protect my son. I hardly think that is a sin. Are you familiar with Article 105 of the Penal Code? Relatives of those who have committed crimes cannot be prosecuted for evidence tampering or obstruction of justice.
Is that a thing?
That's ridiculous.
I agree, but oh well.
I agree.
Oh, okay!
If I were still a congressman, I might think about changing it.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore. The media has already begun tearing you to pieces.
Yes. Soon I won't be able to live in this country anymore. I'll retire to an island somewhere and live the rest of my days in leisure.
You know, Japan is already an island. Oh well, forget it.
Be careful, So. There are a lot of people out there who have a grudge against you. People who will follow you to the ends of the earth.
Protecting a murderer is a sin. Yeah, I agree. And again, I guess he does too, even though he did it himself.
That's none of your concern. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
About the chemical plant 8 years ago.
I've been studying for the past 3 months. I've learned a lot about the explosion of the chemical plant in Kawasaki. It was caused by you and Rohan, the chairman of the Kumakuras at the time.
As you know, my son Saito was abnormal, with all of the awful things that my son did. I used my money to cover it up, but that got increasingly expensive, you see. One day, 9 years ago, Saito called me.
Dad, I thought of a plan. A foolproof plan to make us rich.
The chemical plant explosion plan. To help ensure that the casino in Kawasaki would be extraordinarily profitable.
It was Saito's idea.
True. My son was born with an abnormal mind. But if I had never been involved with Monica in the first place, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up losing control completely.
Either that or it just delayed the inevitable. Who knows?
As soon as he drove his knife into Monica, something awakened in him. In the end, that's what led to his destructive, violent plan.
Again, I feel even if you hadn't gotten involved with Monica, it would have only delayed the inevitable.
You sound like you're blaming yourself.
Perhaps.
Why did you call Shoko's phone? 3 months ago, 9:02 p.m. on the Friday, Shoko's body was found. So-called her burner phone. I asked him why.
Do you recall the conversation we had? That my secretary got a call from number 89? That is true. I did get that call.
I know. You spoke with number 89, didn't you?
I did.
What did you talk about?
He told me this. A woman named Shoko Nadami knows what happened 18 years ago. Contact her.
And you called her phone?
Yes.
Why did number 89 want you to contact Shoko?
I can't say exactly. The only thing he said was, I realized everything when Shoko arrived. I have to see her again. I had no idea what he was talking about.
At the time, Rohan was in the body of number 89. Maybe Rohan realized it when Shoko came to visit the prison. That it was really Saito inside Shoko's body. That's what he meant by realized everything. Rohan needed to speak with Saito again, but he couldn't, not from inside Fuchu prison. Instead, he called up So and had him do it. Maybe he thought he could get Saito to visit again. Why didn't you look for Saito 6 years ago? 6 years ago, my mind was implanted into the body of Saito. I lost my memory and ended up wandering the streets until Boss found me. She hired me at Abyss and gave me the name Kaname Date. But Saito's father never even put out a missing persons report on his son. Why?
Because of the woman you call Boss. 6 years ago, she came to me and explained the whole thing.
You know about the Cyclops serial killings? The culprit is your son, Saito Sejima. But you already knew that, didn't you?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying we should make a deal. You give me one thing, and I promise none of this will be released to the public.
What is it?
Leave Saito with us. Tell anyone who asks that Saito is soul-searching on a trip around the world or something. Do we have a deal?
I didn't have much of a choice, of course. If I refused, Saito's crimes would be exposed and my political career would be over.
Yeah, but it's over anyway.
Besides, I never held much love for him in the first place.
Ouch.
She was practically doing me a favor. So, of course, I said yes. And in doing so, I was able to learn a secret of the Metropolitan Police Department. It worked quite nicely for me.
Did you ever meet number 89?
By the way, did you ever meet number 89?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see his face?
No. Why?
No reason. Well, I'll be seeing you, so.
I very much doubt that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We parted without saying goodbye.
Oh, damn. I left Iris waiting. She might be angry. I gotta get back to her soon.
Where should we go next? Sagan residence.
Iris, didn't you say you were going to see everyone who visited you at the hospital today?
Yes, Mom. I still have some people to see. But Uncle really wanted to come here.
I said no such thing.
Come on, don't be shy. There are a lot of things you want to talk about, right? Come on, just do it.
But I'm not ready. Of course, I want to talk to Hitomi. I want to ask her all about what's happened the past 6 years. But that's not for me to ask. Even showing up here like this isn't right, honestly.
Oh, Uncle, you're so shy.
Iris is teasing me. Maybe I could use that sometimes. She could help me loosen up some of my rusted screws. About Iris's recovery.
Thank you. This is all thanks to you, Falco.
No, I didn't do anything. Also, that name.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Date. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart.
How have things been?
Things have calmed down, thanks to you. The school has changed, but being a teacher hasn't.
About Monica and Renju.
They were my best friends. We would always go to this little coffee shop after school. They had this old game machine there. It looked like a table, and it was about shooting invading aliens or something like that. We talked about all sorts of things sitting there. Our love lives, our potential careers, things we didn't like about our teachers. It was their idea that I become a teacher, you know? They told me that teaching elementary suited me perfectly. Those were such fun times.
About your right arm. I can't ask her that. I was the one who did that to her.
No! Stop!
I was silent, but she must have noticed by my face.
If this is about my arm, don't worry about that. You tried to defend me. I know that.
Hitomi and Iris know everything that's happened so far.
You're too nice, Mom. I will never forgive you. You have to take responsibility.
Iris.
No, let me talk. Uncle will be your right arm. That's how he can make it up to you. Maybe not now. It might take some time, but I'll be waiting. One day, Uncle will stand on Mom's right side, and we can go wherever we want. The three of us. To the ocean, a river, an amusement park, barbecues, and we can make okonomiyaki.
Where's that hot plate I bought?
On the shelf.
And I'm gonna need a raincoat.
Oh, what?
Hey, that's cheating!
You're planning on being covered in flour?
Of course! That's why it's fun!
6 years ago, I was an assassin. Nothing I can do now will make those crimes disappear. But if I protect them, make sure they're always smiling for the rest of my days, I figure that might be enough to outweigh my sins. Hitomi is sitting on the sofa. Okay, off to Lemniscate. I saw Mizuki when I saw Lemniscate. Because of what happened this morning, Mizuki and I are in something of a cold war. She won't even look at me. We are both stubborn. Neither of us wants to apologize first. Because of what happened this morning. What? Yo!
Yo!
She ignored me with all her might. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Creepy old man.
Nothing, huh?
Yeah!
Yeah.
I extended my hand like a sword, ready to strike.
You wanna fight me?
She didn't seem to take it as a joke. I better not fight her. I wouldn't get workers' comp for that. Mizuki looks mad, understandably. Can you ask Mizuki why she's here? Okay.
Uncle wants to know why you're here.
So, Iris has to be their mediator now.
No particular reason. Am I not allowed to be here? I inherited Daddy's stock at Lemniscate. This is my company now. Isn't it natural that I be here? That's what she said.
Can you ask Mizuki if she's graduating soon?
Uncle wants to know if you're going to graduate soon. So what if I am? Just buy me a new junior high uniform. And hire a tutor. I want to go to a good school. And a new smartphone. And a new iron pipe.
What?
That's what she said.
Iron pipe. Oh. Can you ask Mizuki how she's been?
Uncle wants to know how you've been lately. You don't know? Even though we live together? Of course you don't know. Because we barely talk. Even after you've officially adopted me, you don't have any sense of responsibility.
Oh gee, I wonder why you guys barely talk.
That's what she said. Can you cut this out already? What happened?
Breakfast this morning. I made the eggs over easy.
That's it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not so bad.
No, that's not it. I made the eggs over easy, and then Date...
How can I eat eggs like that?
I want my eggs over well, burned to the pan on the bottom and chewy on top.
Why don't you just eat an eraser?
An eraser would taste better than what you served.
You shouldn't say that about Mizuki's cooking. That's mean. You're in the wrong here, Uncle. Why don't you be honest and apologize?
Mizuki is the one who should be honest, unlike her hero.
What?
When I was in the hospital, you were crying like a baby. Oh, I can't live without Dante. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. And you were never in the hospital.
Yes, I was. Was I not?
What? Then what was that memory?
Anyway, why don't you just make up already?
If Date keeps his promise, I will.
Promise?
The stew? You said you would take me.
Oh, that. Yeah, not yet.
Nope, his brain is goopy paste. Something.
Okay, fine. Soon, okay?
You promise?
Promise.
Good. I'm glad you two are being civil again.
Anyway, should we head out, Iris?
Yeah. All right, Mizuki. See you soon.
See you.
Oh, okay. Sunfish Pocket.
I am seriously so happy for you, Tessa.
It's thanks to you, Ota. If you didn't help me back then.
No, really. I didn't do much. I just risked my life to save you. It's a total exaggeration to say that I'm literally responsible for, you know, saving your life.
I see Ota still Ota. How have you been?
I've been doing good. I'm delivering newspapers in the mornings, working as a janitor during the day, and writing at night. I might just be the hardest working 20-something in Japan.
Maybe?
I don't know about that.
Really, though? I've gotta be, like, in the top 3 in Tokyo alone.
And in each case, eating bagel bites. Probably. I thought of kicking his ass, but I don't think it would take. Shadows.
Shadows.
Thread, silhouette, A-set.
Fears.
Upset, regret, A-set.
Water.
Wed, sweat, A-set! A-set, you bet! I can't believe you remembered that, Uncle. I'm so happy.
I said most of it.
I'm glad you're okay.
I'm actually exhausted right now. But I can't look tired in front of Tessa. Anyway, how are you?
I guess I'm alright.
Your left eye,
It's fake. I can't see anything out of it. And it doesn't talk.
Huh? I see. So, Aiba? What a tragedy.
A tragedy?
Yeah. She was so cute. What a waste.
Ah, that's why.
If she were real, I would marry her.
You would not survive the attempt.
What do you mean?
Ota, what are you saying? In front of Iris?
Oh! Tessa! I was kidding. It was a joke.
It's fine, I don't care.
Thank goodness.
I don't think that's what she means.
Say goodbye.
Well, Ota.
Aw, you're going already?
I can see you anytime I want, right? At Matsushita Diner?
You'll come?
Yeah, I want you to make me your omelet rice again.
Awesome. Stop by any time. I'll be waiting.
It's just where we're going now, apparently.
Oh, Tessa! Your surgery went well, didn't it? Ota told me all about it. I'm so happy for you.
Thank you.
Oh, who is this?
Oh,
I'm close friends with Ota, ma'am.
Is that right? Thank you for taking care of my boy.
You're the nurse from Central Hospital.
Well, yes. Have we met?
That's right, my face is different than it was when we met.
Why are you here?
I came to deliver Mayumi's medication. The pharmacist sent me.
Oh, okay. You seem pretty happy.
I belong to the Association of Nurse Actresses. I got a call from my director this morning. They're giving me more lines. I used to have a bit part during the opening scene, but now I have lines at the end too. I'm really happy about that.
That's wonderful, sweetie.
What's your name?
Hanayo Nasu. It will be Hanayo Yogano next month.
Oh, okay.
You're getting married?
Yes.
That is so wonderful.
Thank you.
She's a nurse from Central Hospital. About the diner.
It's doing great thanks to you. The lunch rush is always crazy. My husband and I are working hard. We never get any time to rest.
Mayumi suffers from a brain dysfunction. I learned about it just before the incident 3 months ago. Matsushita Diner was actually closed up and her husband had already passed away. Unfortunately, it turned out that even the most advanced medical technology couldn't cure her dementia. But her medicine helps her manage the symptoms. It's a little odd, but it brings Mayumi happiness. To her, her husband is still alive and her diner is still in business. I don't know if she remembers me. I look different than I did 3 months ago. She did ask me who I was, after all. But even if I were in my old body, she might have still asked the same thing. But she does remember Iris. Is that because she's Ota's friend? About Iris.
I visited her in the hospital. Ota brought me.
Yeah, I remember.
I was so charmed by her.
No, stop. You're making me blush.
I had no idea she was such a nice girl.
You thought I was a witch or something before, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't remind me. I was so awful to you. But now I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
About Ota.
Ota? That boy is a handful of trouble, I tell you.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's right. Ota can be really heroic and brave when the time calls for it.
Of course, 99% of life is not when the time calls for it.
Oh, you're praising my boy. Maybe I should give you a meal on the house.
Time to go.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, goodbye.
Thank you for helping my son. He needs friends like you.
Go visit the Kumakuras. At least I stopped almost saying Kamakura.
Date, let me tell you something. God exists.
Okay, what brought that on?
When Tessa was in the hospital, I prayed to this shrine every day.
Oh, okay.
And guess what? My prayers worked. God must have been listening.
Are you crying?
No, dumbass! I don't cry! I don't...
Yeah, you're crying.
Thank you, God! Thank you for saving Tessa! Anyway, what are you doing here?
Someone wanted to see you when she left the hospital.
Tessa! You didn't have to come see me!
I really wanted to see you.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, of course. I am here.
How's your injury?
Injury?
You got shot 3 months ago.
Oh, yeah.
That was just a scratch. Didn't even hurt. I'm all good now.
Wedding. What?
Wedding.
Oh.
Dress! Bless! Tessa!
Imaging.
Compress. Process. Tessa!
Crime.
Redress, transgress, Tessa!
The net idol superstar!
Tessa!
A set, you bet!
Wow! That's really cool!
What did you do to these guys?
Just a little propaganda. Sun up to sundown, I made them watch your videos, Tessa. They got addicted!
Yay!
Tessa, I'm so honored to meet you. Is it okay if I shake your hand?
You bastard! What makes you think you're good enough to touch her hand?
It's fine, it's just a handshake.
Yes!
The fat one ran up to her and with a look of awe in his eyes, slowly took her hand.
So soft.
He shouted out in joy. Oh, Lord.
What?
He fainted.
Too much excitement, I guess.
Jeez, Tessa is a force to be reckoned with. About Rohan.
Don't talk to me about that guy anymore.
Okay.
I know he was a murderer, a real piece of shit. But we were brothers. I can't be mad at him no matter how much he deserves it. But I can't just forgive him either, you know? So I figure, fuck it. It's better to just forget about him.
Leave.
Anyway, sorry to bother you, Boba.
Dante, wait! Before you go, I have one favor to ask.
Oh boy, here it comes.
This is hard for me to get out, but...
Yeah, spare me. You want to see Iris's panties, right?
Panties? I never asked for something like that.
Then what do you want?
Puff puff.
What?
I'm sorry?
I want Tessa to puff puff me.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Just shove my face in there.
Oh.
Just...
Okay.
Are you kidding me? You know what? Fine, I'll ask.
Dante, you're a real friend.
But that's all he can promise you is that he'll ask.
All right, close your eyes.
Yeah. Like this?
Good, yeah. Stay still. Do not open your eyes, okay?
Promise.
You ready?
Yes!
Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, gosh!
Dante, I've never felt so alive! All these shitty years of my life have been worth it for this moment.
Boss?
Let's go.
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
This is amazing! I am living!
Dragon Quest Puff Puff. Oh, okay. Okay, off to Marble. Save the best for last.
Dante, honey. Who is this?
Have I not introduced her before?
I'm Iris Sagan. Nice to meet you. I'm a net idol from Lemniscape.
A virgin?
Hmm?
I'm just saying, sweetie. You look like you don't know a lot of men.
And what about you, Mama?
Me? I'm a fairy godmother, honey, because I associate with fairies and am an older, motherly woman. Wait a minute. Who are you calling old?
You are.
Yeah. You.
You're Silly's bodyguard.
Who are yous?
Oh, right. He wouldn't recognize his face.
Don't matter. Talking about So? Quit that gig long time ago.
You quit?
Yeah. That guy fucking sucks. I punched him in the face and quit.
Really? You're drunk, aren't you?
You're drunk, aren't you?
I'm not drunk.
From the look of you, you're pretty good at hiding it.
Mama! Tits! Oops. I meant tip. I got a big tip. If he gives me one more drinky.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No. No.
Oh, you're lucky I'm in a good mood. Fine. One more round, okay?
Yay!
Oh boy. Hold on, that's... How are you?
As you can see, I'm a little tight, honey.
Why is he drunk? I don't know. I've gotten all I can out of him, looks like.
How could I see that?
You want to?
I do. I want to see.
Do you even know what she's referring to?
Huh?
What are you doing with that bonito?
This? It's not bonito.
Then what is it?
Part of the man who cheated on me.
Yikes.
I chopped him up and dried and smoked the flesh.
You're joking, right?
I don't know.
Am I?
About things for the past 3 months.
I can't say much. The public thinks our Ren killed Shoko. And then number 89 busted out of jail and killed Ren. And then he goes and commits suicide by blowing up his own head. That's what all the news reports have been saying.
Started to say, is that what the official story is?
I know there's more to it than that, but...
Saito Tsushima and his body are both gone forever. The body I was in for the past 6 years. But the head office would never admit that publicly. Because at the time the body was thought to be that of Detective Kaname Date. So they tweaked things a little bit and pinned everything on number 89. Said that he committed suicide at the old factory. Only Kaname Date managed to survive. That's how they wrote it. But that's not the truth. Mama, the truth is...
Spare me, honey. I don't want to hear it. If I hear the truth, I'm only gonna have more questions. There are a lot of things that don't quite add up. Date's face, for one thing. Looking exactly like number 89? They say that your face got hurt real bad in the explosion. They had to put you under the knife for plastic surgery to save you. Your face turned out like that by chance. That's what happened, right? Tell me it is. If it's anything more complicated than that, I will lose my mind.
Yeah, we might as well leave it at that.
We should head out.
Yeah.
Oh, leaving so soon?
Don't worry, I'll be back as long as you have information for me.
Oh, enough work. You should come in sometime for pleasure, honey.
Sure, Mama. See you soon.
Mama is polishing the dried bonito. She'll never stop. Okay. Not sure what we're doing here, but... or what we're about to do here.
Iris, why did you want to come here? Haven't you seen everyone you wanted to already?
Yeah!
Iris suggested that we come to the warehouses. I thought it was odd, but drove her here anyway.
Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun.
Is the date finally over?
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Not just for today, but for everything. 6 years ago, you helped me and my mom, and I'm so grateful for that. Will you close your eyes for me, Uncle?
You want me to close my eyes?
Yeah, please?
Wait. You want me to close my eyes? Do you?
Just do it, quick! I'm so nervous, I'm shaking.
Oh, man. Oh, no. No way. It's happening.
No, it's not. I try to keep my cool.
All right.
It's time for one of the best parts of the game. I imagine so. I close my eyes. And...
Okay, open them!
What?
I opened my eyes, and there before me was... Oh, Iva! Oh... I'm assuming I'm only going to get to pick one of these. I don't know, should I go with how I'm actually feeling, or just go with what I think is in character for Date? Either? Okay. It's your ending, enjoyed with gusto. Oh my gosh, she's actually is crying! Yeah, that was how I actually started feeling like I was about to cry. I was so happy to see her.
At a time like this, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say. You are, that is, who are you again?
Oh, come on!
You haven't changed. You're still an idiot.
Why are you here?
To be exact, I am not here. You are seeing an augmented reality virtual projection of myself. My physical self is...
In my left eye?
Yes.
Aww.
How did you get in there?
I see you have not become any more astute in my absence. Think carefully.
Everything that the boss did, she did for you.
Oh.
At Abyss, when I lost consciousness.
Yeah, kind of figured.
Yes. Pewter embedded me in your eye socket.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, but I'm wearing an earpiece. I can hear Iba too.
Huh?
I knew the whole time. Boss told me about the plan to restore Iba. I wanted it to be a surprise for you, so...
Is this my thank you?
Yeah, but it's not over yet.
What's going on?
Allow me to explain. I, or everything that constitutes my I, disappeared completely 3 months ago, including all of my backup data. However, fragments of my data were being secretly uploaded to cloud servers around the world for years. By downloading and decoding these fragments, I was able to regenerate my memories and consciousness. It was the Wadjet system that brought me back to life. That system is responsible for proliferating my data. Wadjet is like a mother to me, and she protected me as her child. And I am forever grateful to my mother. Never underestimate the power of Wadjet.
Anyway.
Iba. Welcome back.
Glad to be back. I'm home.
Aww.
Well, now that Iba has risen from the dead, I think we should celebrate with a dance number.
Oh dear.
A what?
Hit it!
Really? Yep. I knew it.
Teacups that are flying, on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying.
It's time for a song, yep.
A journey through time. A permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre. Fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes. You've seen in your mind. While the old bow their heads, while the blind leave the blind, the marble loses shine. The eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth. And if we believe we can make miracles.
I knew it. She joined in.
Time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light. A punch to the forehead, my kick like a
Oh, wow.
on the floor spread, I'm queen of this brawl. And I'll show you all.
I don't wanna hide it. That's what I decided. I can make it right. I know I was wrong.
Aww.
I love you more.
Aw, that's sweet.
While they all lose their way and forget about faith.
Well, the rain turns to ice and I block like a face.
We know in our soul the one hope, the one truth.
The fires of love can warm any heart.
Mizuki is the queen of the brawl, yep.
Stories are worth defending. Fight on, your will is unbending. See through the void in your eye, unblinking. The pyramid of your mind unending. Revolt even with death impending. Live on, dream your space rending. Walking with the spirit of hope beside you. And our hope shall never die. The fires of love will never die.
Oh,
They say is the best detective.
Although without me he's ineffective.
That's it, we're done. I'm walking out of here.
I'm home.
Welcome back.
Aww.
While the old bow their heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know
Over dozens of events us routes, it's nice they all learned the choreography. Yep.
we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing
Didn't think I'd be happy to hear this song again, but I like this. I like this one where everybody joined in.
By the way, everyone, the reason you can see me right now is because I'm projecting
Oh my
myself on
goodness.
special
I'm all
technology.
warmed up over that. I swear to God, if you hold me a fridge one more time! You will not find your body. Oh, I'm kidding, Dante, honey. I love you. This is for Mama.
Sounds fun.
Hey, set, you bet!
Okay. Thank you for playing. Your eyes have been opened. Trophy earned. Resolution route end. Finish the final investigation. Alright. And I guess that's all of AI the Somnium files. And yeah, I really enjoyed this game. Would you like to save? Yes. The Queen of the Brawl shall return for the sequel. Yeah, now that I've played through this whole game, I'll have to look up the trailer for that. I just avoided the trailer because I didn't want to risk spoiling anything for this game. Alright. So let's get saved. Okay. Dance has been unlocked in the title menu. What's that? Anyway, yeah, it will be out on June 24th, just a month before Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Oh, great, and it's out the same day as Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. Great. Anyway, yeah, this is AI the Somnium Files, and I really enjoyed this game. I'm glad I stuck with it. I was a little worried it was going to end up being the same as with Zero Escape 999, but thankfully it wasn't, and I'm glad I was able to stick with it, because yeah, this is a great game. Definitely looking forward to the sequel. Summer 2022, emptying of infinite wallets. Yep. But yeah, and I hope you all enjoyed watching me play this too. I know I probably didn't do the best job playing it. I don't think most of the Somniums I did not finish on the first try, but I still enjoyed it. Like I said, this is a really good game. Definitely going to play the sequel at some point. This is where I will end the stream for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. As always, you can follow my YouTube channel link below to see my past streams, and follow as well as my Twitter account to be notified when I go live or for other announcements. And as I said earlier, now that I've finished this, my Tuesday and Thursday stream will now be the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And then I'll be back, but for now, I'll be back tomorrow night for more of Star Ocean Till the End of Time. So hopefully I will see you then. If you'll stick around, I will be dropping a host. Let's see who will host tonight. Let's go ahead and host Dai-sensei, who is playing Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories. So I hope you'll stick around for that, and I hope you all have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everyone. Bye.